So we are going to take a look on how we do digital documentation using a BIM software, and in this particular instance it's going to be using Revit. So the general workflow that one would take with Revit is generally you want to create your sketch. Then after you create your sketch, one might want to create a massing model. And this is usually done in Revit. Then after we create the massing model, then we go on to creating the BIM model, right? And the BIM model is not to be confused with actually producing the drawings, because the drawings are really generated from the BIM model. Now, while you're in this stage, this is when you would collaborate with other users, and when you would insert what Revit refers to as families, and these would make up pretty much all of the assets and objects that would be in your model. So that's a general quick overview of how we would use Revit. Now, the thing is, when we are using a BIM software, we are essentially walking a tightrope between deciding what we're going to model in 3D and what we're going to draw as traditional 2D drafting, right? So your typical architectural construction or working drawings might have a combination of these things. So for example, this is a 3D model, but from this model we can have a section. We can also have details of particular areas in the model, and we can have these details at different scales. All of this information is related to the model. However, not all of this information is done in 3D. Hence why we refer to this as creating the right balance between objects that we create in full 3D and objects that we create as 2D. Now, when we create a BIM model, we usually think of the LOD, or level of detail, in terms of a full model, a partial 2D and 3D model, or a model with no 3D elements, only 2D elements, like a traditional drafting model, right? And what happens is that there are different times or different opportunities during the creation of your construction drawings that you would want to utilize these three detail levels, right? There are some cases where you might want to create a fully detailed 3D model, such as, for example, when you want to generate overall elevations, or you want to generate sections, or things that has complex curves and shapes like that. In those cases, you might want to do a full model. Now, in some cases, we might want to do a partial 3D model, and this is in situations where we're using things that require a basic 3D representation, but also a high detail 2D representation at the same time. So things like stair details, door details, railings. For example, you wouldn't want to necessarily model an entire 3D model of a baluster for your railing, but you might just want to show that in 2D, right? And there are some cases where it might never require any 3D creation. And this is especially when you're doing things with details, for example, like foundation details, maybe a material detail, maybe a close-up of the window and door jam mechanism, right? Things like joints and bolts. You would not create a 3D object of a bolt. You would simply draw that in 2D. So, for example, this is showing when we would create elements in a full detailed 3D model. So, for example, we normally create things like walls and windows and doors, so we can generate quick elevations and quick section outlines, right? So we would want to, this is when we would use a full 3D model. Now, in case of a partial detailed 3D model, this is where you're making 3D objects, but not all the objects are fully modeled in 3D. So if you look at this stair detail, you can see that these are 2D, and here we have 3D, and quite possibly these 2D drawings were generated from that 3D drawings. However, if we look here, we will see where we have these very detailed drawings showing the connections, or how the baluster is bolted to the floor and how it's bolted to the top rail. And these 3D objects, these objects we would not draw in 3D, but instead we would just do a 2D representation, and leave the 3D representation for the overall object. Now, this is perhaps the most popular, as you can see, approach that you'll see here, and this is where you will find the experience level. Depending on how experienced you are in doing BIM, this is where you might find you will have the most growth in terms of experience level. Because the more you draw is the more you realize that there are certain things that you only need to show in 2D and certain things you only need to show in 3D. And there are even gray areas where there are things that could very well be shown in 2D or in 3D, and it really just comes down to the situation, right? And maybe your drawing skill. And of course, next we have the situation where no 3D modeling is required, and that is especially, at least for architects, we use that normally when we're representing things like detail. Like you can see these steel details here, and these details that you're seeing here are not done in 3D. They are represented only in 2D. And based on how it's used, it wouldn't warrant to create every one of these joints in 3D. So in this case, only 2D drawings are used. Now, when you open Revit, this is what you will notice. You will see the welcome screen, and you will notice these 4 buttons that are located here. And you can see they fall under 2 categories. There is a category called models, and there is a category called families. Now, these 2 categories in Revit are essentially 2 what you call modeling environments, and Revit is basically divided into 2 modeling environments. There is the project modeling environment, which is represented by the models tab right there, and then there is the family model environment that is represented by these families right here, right? And essentially these 2 modeling environments is almost like you're choosing what version or what type of Revit user interface you want to have. So essentially, if you're working on creating a BIM model, a project with levels and elevations and sections and all of these things with the hopes to generate working drawings, you're going to want to work in the project modeling environment. And if you're going to be creating objects and assets to place inside of the project, then you're going to be wanting to use the family modeling environment. And what you'll notice is when you open up each of these environments, all the options that you have, you will notice that they are significantly different. So the project modeling environment, you will see, has the most options to create all of these elements, whereas the family modeling environment just has a few options for creating assets. So we are going to be using the family modeling environment. Now we're going to be using Revit to look at how we can create a project like this example that you're seeing here, where you can see that this is a combination of plans, section, elevations, and details. And this particular project, you would not necessarily need to create everything in 3D. And in some cases, there are some elements here that you would only create in 2D. So this would be a great example of how we can use Revit to kind of toe that line that we discussed earlier in terms of balancing what elements do we need to create as 3D models and what elements do we need to keep as 2D drafting. So with that said, let's open up Revit and we're going to choose a new project. And when you choose a new project, you will notice you get this template window that comes up. Now, you will get this template window regardless of the version of Revit you're using. Currently, I'm using version 2022 rather. And when I click this template here, you will notice that I have both an imperial and a metric template. Now, in some cases, you may not have this much template, but at minimum, you should have a architectural template and a construction template. So in this case, we're going to be using metric, and we're going to be using these dimensions that we see here. And well, based on how this project is done, this project was actually, you can actually see that this project was done primarily in imperial, and then they place the metric dimensions as alternate dimensions there. So we're going to be matching that. So we're going to be using imperial rather. So we're going to use the imperial architectural template, because that's the drawing that we are going to be creating this we're going to be generating our BIM model from. And we're going to be creating a new project. This is important. You want to make sure you choose project. You don't want to create a template. If you know, so we already have these templates here, so ensure that you are on create new project, and then you're going to choose OK. And then you will notice that Revit opens up in the project interface. All right. Okay, now this is what you should see when you open up Revit for the first time using the architectural imperial template. Now, a disclaimer that I want to point out is earlier when we discussed how we're going to be balancing these things, right? We are going to be leaning perhaps a bit more to the 2D drafting component, theory or approaches whenever we're creating this project. And there are a number of things that might want you to do that. In our case, because this is a basic Revit tutorial, technically in Revit, you can create a 3D model of anything, down to the nuts and bolts, down to the I-beams and C-channels if you really wanted to, right? Remember, Revit is not just for the architectural industry, it's also for structural and M&E, and it also gives those industries the ability to drill down and create fine details for their project. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing basic 3D modeling in Revit, but we're going to be spending more time looking on the 2D approaches using Revit. Now we're still going to combine them together, but rather than going into advanced 3D modeling techniques, we're going to be using 2D drafting to quickly resolve some of the things we want to represent in our drawings, right? And I think this is a good place to start, because Revit can get as complicated as you make it. And the more you learn about the program, is the more you might want to migrate some of those 2D capabilities into 3D, especially when you're doing a more complex building. But for the most part, a lot of things can be represented using the traditional 2D approaches, right? So with that said, we're also going to have a pull up our drawings here, and we're going to be creating this floor plan and kind of working our way through this model, through these drawings, to recreate these drawings using 2D and 3D. Now in Revit, usually the first thing you want to do when you're creating a project is to set up your project, basically your project environment. So before you go on to draw your walls and windows and start getting into that, all of that stuff, you might want to head over to the Manage tab, and Manage is where it handles everything that has to do with managing the project, right? So what you might notice is that my ribbon, and this is our ribbon here that has all our tools, it might look a little different from your ribbon because of the resolution of my screen, right? But the same buttons are there nonetheless. So the first thing we want to go to is, well, let's take a look on our units, which you'll see here represented by this icon here. And I'm going to click that there. And you can check your units to see. We chose imperial, so we're going to represent area by square feet. We're going to represent distance by feet. We're going to represent length by feet with inches, and we can click this here, and we could use feet and fractional inches, or we could just use feet alone or inches alone. So we're going to leave it at feet and fractional inches, and we're going to go to the nearest 1/8 maybe, and we can do other things like we can choose if we want to use a the symbol that we want to use for feet or inches, but we're not going to change that right now. For our slope, we're going to change that, and I usually use degrees for doing the slope, and the symbol for degrees will be that. So that is what we will do in here. And if there's any other properties that you want to change, for example, volume, or slope, well, we just changed that, or mass, you can come in here and change it. All right, so the next thing that we want to do is we want to set up our project information. That's this category here. And this is usually where you will name your project. So for example, for author, I might want to put my name. The building name, I'll put house, and I could put the organization name and the organization description. So I could just maybe write tutorial. And I can do additional information here, like a project number, a client name, and all of these things. So usually it's recommended that you set these things up first, and those are the things that will end up showing on your sheet. Now, if we were doing a full-on architectural project, we might want to go and set our location so that we can get the correct north direction and all those things. But in this case, we're going to skip that, and we are going to jump right into producing these drawings. Now, I'm going to be now in my architecture panel here, and these are all my architectural tools here. And as I said, it will be a little different depending. Some of my buttons are a little bit compressed because the resolution of my screen is a bit slower. But essentially, we're going to jump right into the wall tool that's here. And under the architecture tab, when you click the wall tool, immediately when you click the wall tool, you might notice that a couple of things change. So you will notice that you're no longer in the architecture tab. It automatically jumps to the modify tab. Then you might notice that you get this section right here, which is called your options panel. So this was blank before, and that pops up. And then also notice that you get these sketching tools that's right here. So all of those things happened once I click the wall tool. Now I can use these things that popped up to change different properties about the wall that I'm about to draw. So for example, I can change the height. I can change like the offset. Should it be on the center line? Do I want to draw a square or not? And all of these things. Now, if I take a look on the plans that I have here, I can see that I have some dimensions, and generally this is a basic rectangle shape. Now, from the onset, I want to mention that Revit is short for revise. The REV is revise it. And this concept is simply draw it first, then revise it after. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click the rectangle tool here. And with this rectangle tool, there is a whole bunch of additional options that's been selected. So for example, this is the type of wall that I'm using here. But I'm not going to change anything else just yet. Notice that I'm also drawing on level 1. I'm just going to draw my rectangle like that. I haven't made it any particular dimension or anything just yet. All I've done was just draw a rectangle based on the fact that my guardhouse is a rectangle. And you might say, why do this? Well, usually this is the approach that Revit recommends. It recommends that, hey, if you want to draw something, rather than spending the time working out the exact height, the exact width, draw it first and then revise it after you've drawn it, right? So that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to hit escape now. Right, and there is a rough idea of the building I'm about to draw. Now, right then and there, of course, this is not the size of my actual building, but this gives me a rough idea of where I want to place it. And what I'll do now is revise it, so to speak. So the first thing I want to do is, well, I'm going to select this wall here. And let's take a look on our drawing here. We can see that this is a 6-inch wall. So I'm going to change this from generic 8-inch. And I'm going to change that to generic 6-inch. Then, well, the next thing is that if I look on this location here, it's giving me all the information about my wall, and I can actually scroll down to see other information here. So I can actually scroll, and these are the other information about the wall. As a matter of fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to undock this. So I'm going to drag it out, and I'm going to actually dock it beside my project layout, because my screen is really small, so that my viewers can see more of the properties, right? So you can actually move these around on your project. Now, while I'm here, notice that the level 1 is highlighted. So that is telling me that, hey, I'm on level 1. This particular building only has 1 level, so that goes without saying. And so far, I have changed the wall type. Now, I am drawing this wall based on the center. You can see it there. So, based on my center line. So maybe I want to change that and say I want to draw this based on my finished exterior face. So now my wall is going to be referencing the outer part here. Now the next thing, as I go through this list to kind of revise stuff, it's also asking me for a base offset. And base offset simply means how far is this wall off the ground. Of course, it's 0 because it's sitting on the ground. And then next, how tall this wall will be, which is 20 feet. Which, if I look here on my drawing, I can look at my section here, and I can see that I have a level here that is 9 feet. To there, right? I also have a little step up that you can see here, but from my finished ground level to the top of the beam, right, or my wall plate here, it's going to be exactly 9 feet. So the next thing I want to do is instead of setting my height here, I'm going to set my level, which will determine my overall height of my wall in Revit. Now, before I even go any further and start adjusting the size of this, I can hit the 3D icon up here, and that will show me what I have so far in 3D, right? So this is just a quick sketch I did. I just literally drew a box real quickly. And notice that if you're using any Revit above 2016, you will notice that I get another tab here, and this tab is my 3D tab because I've just hit the 3D button, and I could have switched back to my level 1 tab here, which is going to be my level 1. I can switch back to my 3D tab here. All right. So in my 3D tab, I can now use my view cube, and I can grab the compass here in my view cube and hold it and kind of orbit it around. Or I can actually just grab the cube and move it around, and it will orbit my model, right? So that is my model in 3D. Now notice that you see these levels here. So this is telling me the levels that I have in my drawing. So if I zoom in, you can see that I have level 0 here, and the top of my level here is saying that it's 10 feet tall, right? However, this wall is telling me that it's actually 20 feet tall, which you can see in the properties of the wall. So if I select my wall here, and you can see that, hey, it's telling me that it's measured 20 feet. Now what I want to do is I want to connect this wall to my level. Right now it is not connected, which means that I can make this wall any height I want, but ideally what I want to do is to connect my wall to my level. So whatever my level is, my wall will obey. So in order to do that, while I'm in the 3D view here, and I'm going to pan, I'm using the middle mouse button to pan, I'm going to select all these walls here, and I'm going to say I want these walls top to be constrained to level 2. And you will notice that the level of the wall now changes. So whatever the height of the level, the wall will change as well. All right. So the other interesting thing to notice what's happening here is that, well, I'm in my 3D view here. And if I should switch back to my plan view, you will notice that my plan gets highlighted there to tell me I'm in that view. Now if I switch to my 3D view, well, what you might notice now is that I will need to now expand my 3D views here, and there you go. So it's telling me that my 3D view is right here. All right, great. So now that we have that done, we have linked this to our level. Let's take a look at our drawing here, and let's go back to our plan. And we can see that we have some dimensions that we need to now get right. So to do this, we're going to head back to the plan view. Now, before we actually start moving the walls around, a good practice to do in Revit is to establish your grid, right? Now, if you notice, this drawing here doesn't really have any grids. It's a real simple, drawing, but think of grid lines kind of like guidelines. So if I establish a grid line that's going to be here, if I establish a grid line here, and a grid line here, and a grid line here, and here, then it will basically, and maybe another one here, then it will basically help me to lay out my building, right? So they are mainly guidelines that we're using these grid lines for. But of course, in a more complex building where we have different columns and we want to ensure that the columns are aligned, we would use the grid lines not only as a guide, but also to align our structure, right? So now to use the grid lines, you want to be under the architecture tab, and under the architecture tab, you will see grid. That's here. So we're gonna hit grid here. Now, once we click grid, notice what happens again. Right away, you can see that the modify tab is highlighted. You get some lines of which to sketch, and then notice that your options, your control panel here has now changed, right? So every time you activate a tool, these things will always change to represent the tool that you have selected. All right, so now we're going to draw a grid line, our first grid line. So I'm just going to draw it in a random kind of location, like right there. All right. And I know that I'm going to have a next grid line. So I'm going to use the same concept, draw and then revise it. And I know I'm going to have a grid line that goes like that. And I'm going to have a grid line that goes like that. So notice that I'm drawing these in, but I'm not really, let me press escape now. No, I'm not really drawing them with any dimensions just yet, right? Because what I'm going to do, I'm going to revise it once more. So if I look here, I can see that the overall dimensions for my guardhouse is going to be 14 foot 6. Now, if I click on this grid line here, what you might notice is that Rivet actually gives me what you call some temporary dimensions. So it is telling me that, okay, this grid line is so far away from this grid line here, right? So I can move this around by, for example, I can click on hold it and just drag it like that. And you notice it's giving me these dimensions as well. I can click and hold this line here and I can drag it. So you can actually just move these around and it will stay pretty much snapped. And you can do that to any object in Revit. Now, yeah, my drawing might look a little messy now, but I promise you it's going to get organized now. So what I'm going to do first is, well, first we need to kind of lay out our grids here, right? So what I need to do is make this grid line a particular dimension from this grid line. So I'm going to just undo back those movements real quick. Now, when I click this grid line here, I get this dimension, and this is telling me that, hey, this grid line between here and here is 25 feet, right? Now, I didn't decide that Rivet should tell me that dimension. It just figured that I wanted to know how far this grid line is from the nearest typical element that we would want to use. And in this case, it estimated how far the grid line is from the center of this wall. So this is called a temporary dimension, and it just pops up when we click on stuff. So if I click on this wall here, notice that I get a temporary dimension here because it's telling me how far this wall is from here and how far it is from this grid line here. So those dimensions just pops up whenever they like, and they kind of have a mind of its own, but you can pretty much ignore it because they go away once you deselect the object. But we're going to use that now. So when we click on this object here, and we have to watch this part very closely, I'm going to hover over this point here that it has given me, and I'm going to drag it to this line, and you can see that it's highlighted once I drag it over here. So now this grid line here is saying that, hey, it's giving me the distance here from grid line 1 because I have grabbed the little dot that represents the temporary dimension and moved it outward to there. So this is telling me that it is 26 feet away. So that is pretty far, and the measurement that we needed to be is actually 14 foot 6 inches. So what I'm going to do is just click in here and I say, well, no, this line here needs to be 14 feet and 6 inches, and it's going to adjust that for me. Now I'm going to do the same thing again. I'm going to grab this line here, and right away Rivet is saying, hey, okay, this line here is 3 foot from here, but I don't want to know that. I want to know how far it is from this point. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to again grab this little point here and drag it all the way to there. So it's telling me that it's 26, but when I look on my drawing, it needs to be 9 feet. So I'm going to say 9 feet. All right. So now I can basically tell that my building needed to be in that space right there. So all I need to do is I can just simply drag my walls up to this line here, and you will see when it actually snaps like that. Drag my lines like this way to that, and I'll drag this all the way to there. Let's drag it up. and we click on this and we will drag it all the way to there. All right. Now, of course, there are many different ways that we could have started this drawing. I chose to use the revise it method to just kind of hammer that concept in, because we'll be using that concept a lot. But you could have actually just started with the grid lines and then draw your walls. You know, many ways to skin the cat. All right, so now I want to adjust the length of these guidelines here. So I'm going to just click on it and I'm going to grab it right in this little circle here and drag it down. And I'm going to do the same to this grid line here and drag it from this circle here. And you can actually see when it aligns there. And I'm going to do the same thing here. And notice when I do this one, it automatically drags that line because both of them are actually constrained, right? And that's going to be something that we'll notice Revit does for us. It's going to automatically constrain certain elements as we go along. So right there we have the general shape of our building. And usually when you are creating a drawing, you would try to get the massing of the drawing down first. So we have the walls. So before we start to put in our windows, let us now add the roof. Okay, so now that we're going to start to draw the roof, we know that the angle of this roof is 45 degrees, and we know that it is a hip roof. So we can start using the roof tool here to start drawing this. Right now, to do that, we need to be under the architecture tab. And under the architecture tab, we are going to look for the roof tool, which looks like this. All right, so we can find that there. It might be in a slightly different location for you, depending on the resolution of your screen. All right, so we're going to hit the roof tool. Now, notice that there is actually a little small button beside the roof tool. And if we hit that, it will give us the different roofing options. Now, if we just click the roof tool, we're going to get the first option, roof by footprint, which that is actually fine. So we're just going to click the button. And it's going to ask us, okay, would you like to move the roof to level 2? So that makes sense because the roof would be on level 2. So we're going to say yes. So these are some of the smart things that Revit actually does for us. So it moves us up to level 2. And if you were already on level 2, you would not have gotten that message. Now we know that in order for this to work, notice that once we hit the roof tool, the same thing happens again. We get a modify tab, that's right here. We also get some options here for a control panel. Now this time we get the sketching options located here, but we also get some additional options over here, and we see we have this big checkbox and X right there, along with some more options in the middle. So the roof tool does have a bit more under the modify tab. Now the first thing we want to do, so we're going to draw the boundary line of the roof, which is essentially all around the building here. And so let's do that. So we could use the line tool, but let's just use the rectangle tool because that makes it easier to just draw a boundary like that. Now once we draw a boundary like that, notice that we get these 4 triangles here, and these are really important for the roof tool because essentially how the roof tool works is you actually draw the roof in plan, and you use these triangles to give Revit instructions of how to construct the roof in 3D. And then when you click the yes button or the tick, then Revit builds the roof according to those instructions, right? So the first instructions we gave Revit is that, hey, we want to build the roof around the perimeter. Now, the next instruction we need to give Revit needs to know, okay, do all of these walls slope upwards? And the answer is yes, because of course, we're going to have a wall that slopes like that. And we're going to have a wall that slopes like that. So we're going to have all these walls, all these roof surfaces rather, sloping, right? So in order to tell Revit to slope these roofs, we need to now click on these elements here. So notice that we get these elements here, and then we want to click yes. Now we could change the slope in our properties before we click yes, or we could click yes and then revise it and change the slope after, right? So I normally recommend using the revise it method, because sometimes we need to see the thing work first before we change it. So I'm going to click yes. And there we go, the roof is drawn. Now, you might notice now that we're not seeing the roof. We might be saying, hey, where is the roof? Well, remember that we are actually on the level 1, so we are actually below the roof level. So if we needed to see the roof, we would either need to go to level 2 or we would need to go to the site level, right? Now, before we go there, what I want to introduce to us is, we have looked on levels, with the floor plan view, and we have also looked on the 3D view. But let's take a look on these other views here, which is the elevation views that's there. Now, by default, when you draw something in Revit, you are constructing the elevation. So let's just click any one of these elevations here. And voila, we can see that this is what we have as the elevation, right? Now we can see we have the grid lines, and we can also see the level 1 and the level 2. While we are here in this elevation view, we can use the time to adjust our height before we even start to look at our roof. Because if we look back here, we could see that the height should have been 9 feet, and we didn't change that yet. So let's revise that. So to do that, I'm simply going to click on this level here, and I can click on this number and write 9, and it will just adjust like that. Now, in terms of the roof, we know that this slope here should be 35 degrees. So we're going to click on the roof, and then we're going to look in the properties of the roof. So all of these here are the properties of the roof, and we can see here that this is actually 36 degrees. So we can just click that and change it to 35. And there it goes. Now, another interesting thing, whenever you change a value in your properties, there's this apply button that's here. But once you move the mouse outside of this area, it will actually apply without you having to click the apply button. So that's just an important point to note. All right, now the next thing that we need to do, so this is an elevation view, but when we have the roof highlighted, we can clearly see that this roof is kind of thick. Now, remember our discussion earlier, right? We need to know at this point decide, all right, do we want to model the roof exactly like what we have in the drawing, or do we want to represent it in 2D, right? So we actually start making these decisions from this point here. Because if we look on the plan, let's see, if we bring up this view, that's this elevation here, well, we can clearly see that the roof has a particular design, right? It's not just a big what you call chunky solid right there. Now we can choose to detail this roof and model all of these roof joists, but we're not going to do that because we already decided that we are going to lean more to the 2D drafting side of things rather than trying to get everything in 3D. One thing that we do have to do though, we have to get the overhang of the roof. Notice that there's an overhang. So we are going to try to get that part in 3D, right? So that we're going to try and, as much as possible, lessen the burden that we have to do in 2D by getting some things in 3D. So let's click on this roof here, and what we want to do is we need to get and we need to allow this roof to extend beyond this line here. Now to do that, this might not be the best view to do that in, so we're going to switch back to the actually, let's try out the level 2. So we're going to double click the view, and you can see we're on level 2 now, right? Now, one interesting thing you might notice about this level, right? You might notice that the roof has this weird cut at the top. You might be wondering, well, why do we have that cut? And that cut is actually there because this is the top of level 2, right? So to give you an idea of what that is like, well, Revit already kind of decided that, you know, we allowed the setting to say that this is our level 1 here. This is our level 1 here, and this is our level 2 here. So level 1, level 2, but Revit has a default range. So our range for level 2 is actually cutting just the top of our roof, and that is what we're seeing there. So we could edit that range, or we could actually just switch to our site plan view and see everything. Now, when we go to a site plan view, we are essentially pretty much like God looking down from a very high distance on our model. So we won't be too low, and we can't be too high, because the higher we are, the more we'll see. So we'll pretty much see everything, right? So we can just do that from the site plan view. So now we're looking down on this. You're not seeing the roof cut or anything, right? Now, remember our plan, we needed an overhang. So ideally we wanted this roof to overhang out here. And the amount we need to overhang it by is based on what the overhang distance is when we look at our drawing. And we can see here that we have an overhang distance of, well, this is actually in millimeters, so it's about 2 feet roughly, 610 millimeters. So now what we need to do is we need to actually select the roof. Now once we select the roof, notice that we get the modify roof panel because we have selected the roof, and in the modify settings we see this where we can edit the roof footprint. So we're going to choose that. All right. So now that we have edited the footprint, we know that we need to offset this by a certain distance, right? Now to offset this, we could use an offset tool, but I want to encourage you that Rivet is really simple. We could just actually hover over this line and just drag it. And what you will notice is that the temporary dimensions show up. So if I'm dragging, it actually snaps to some dimensions here. So I could actually drag this out to 2 feet. You know, sometimes you might find this easier to drag in. So let me try this again. So let me drag this again out to 2 feet. Actually, you might notice that the 2 feet is not from the edge of the wall. It's actually from the center. So we want to move this to here. So that is actually 2 feet. Let me check back this one. Right, so we want to drag this to the wall there, and then we want to drag this to be 2 feet. Now we can also use the offset tool. So we'll use the offset tool for these two here. And to use this offset tool, well, all we need to do is to use these tools that are located here, and essentially you click the line that you want to offset, and you click the offset tool here, and you can put the offset distance in the control panel that's located here. So I want to make that 2 feet. So now notice that when I hover on this line, it's offsetting 2 feet for me, and I just need to move it to say whether I want to offset it there or inside. So I do the same thing here. Now of course when I do it this way, I need to now delete this wall here, this line, and I need to delete this line here. So I have to do a little more cleanup when I do it this way. So for example, I now need to drag this down to meet there. I need to drag this here. Now, if you have been dragging in Revit, you might notice now that Revit does this thing where it automatically snaps for you. It doesn't allow you to drag or manipulate things in weird distances. So for example, if I want to make this, if I want to drag this out further, it is going to be snapping for 4 foot 5, 4 foot 6, 4 foot 7, 4 foot 8, 4 foot 9. But suppose you wanted to drag this out to, for example, 5 foot and a half, not necessarily to 5 foot 1 or 5 foot 2. Then what you need to do is to zoom in and then drag, and notice that you will get smaller increments. You might have to zoom in even more, and then when you drag you will get smaller increments. I can't really see because I'm zoomed in too much, but that's a definite idea. So you get the half there now. So your zoom level, so Revit doesn't allow you to do tiny measurements when you're at far distances, which is extremely useful, so your drawing remains accurate. So I'm going to undo that. Control Z, Control Z. There we go. All right. And let's check that. Yep, we have that there. So I'm going to choose OK. All right. So now if I go back to my elevation view here, then you will see that I have my my roof properly laid out. So you will see that I have achieved this so far. Now notice I don't have these details here, but I'm not going to be creating those 3D rafters. I'm going to be drawing those rafters in, right? Okay, now at this point, before we start to add details to our model, we still need to adjust some more elements with our massing, right? So let's see if we can achieve a simple massing here using our 3D model before we start to add some 2D models, 2D details. Now back in Revit, what we want to do is to be able to cut the model in half. Now, if I head over to my 3D view here, this is what we will see. Now, what I could actually do is, if while in the 3D view and I have nothing selected, so I'm going to select in this white space here. Actually, when I select in this white space here, I actually have the view selected, because technically, you know, this is the view. So when I select nothing, I'm really selecting the actual view. That's how Revit reads it. So while I have the view selected, if I scroll down, I will see this option called section box. That's located here. I'm going to hit section box. If I zoom out, you will notice I get this box, and what I can do is adjust the bounds of these box using these direction arrows here. So I can grab this and just drag that in, and I'm going to just drag all of them towards the model. I'm using the mouse wheel to zoom in, and you'll notice that I can actually get a cut of my model here. So if I look at my model like that, you will see that this is what my section is looking like. Now, right away, you might notice that, okay, well, my model isn't touching my walls, but there's a better way to view this. So we're going to actually look at a section view. Now, to create a section view in Revit, I'm going to go back to my plan view. And what I would want to do is to cut a section line right down here so that I can maybe view it like that way. So to do that, I need to go over to my views, because a section view would actually fall under the view tab. And then once I go view, notice that I have my section tool right here. So I'm going to click the section tool, and the section tool is essentially going to ask me to draw a line, and I can turn it around. I can always flip it afterwards and click once more, and that's it. I have my section. Now, if I want to change anything with this section tool here, I would use my properties bar. So once I have the selection tool selected, I can look in my properties bar here, and it will tell me all of the things that I want to change with the section. So for example, I can change things like the view, and I can change the name of it, and all these things. Now, I can actually flip the section by clicking the flip button right here. So I can flip that around that way, so I'm looking that way. And you will notice this dash line that you see here, and that is telling me the extent to which I will see my section. Now, once I draw a section, you will notice that there is now a new category of drawings here, which is called the section tab, and I can open that out. And you will notice that I have a new view there that's called section 1. Now it's going to default to section 1, and if I draw another one, it would default to section 2, and of course I can rename it if I want. So I'm going to head over to section 1 by double clicking it, and now I'm seeing this view in section. So now that you're seeing this in section, you might notice that there's this box around here, which that kind of determines the extent of our section. And then you will see we have the roof that's outlined here, and you can see it's starting to look a little similar like this view. Now the first thing we might notice is that, well, the roof isn't exactly sitting on our wall plate here. So what we're going to do is we're going to click the roof and zoom in, And we're going to actually use the move tool. Now this time we're not going to drag the roof. We could drag it if we wanted to, but we wanted to be a little bit more precise. So once we have the roof selected, we're going to go again to our modify tools up here. And we're going to go to move. And we're going to hover over this spot here. We'll click once. And then we're going to choose where we want that spot to be. So notice that it snaps to this point here. And we click again. So now we can see that the roof is where we want it to be. Like that. Now there is more that's actually going on in this spot here, because there is actually a detail section here. But what I will bring up again is this balance. Like, okay, what do we want to draw in 3D versus draw in 2D, right? So in 3D, we want to just keep it to the outline. And in 2D, we want to try and get as much details in there. I'm drawing with the mouse, so forgive the bad handwriting. All right, so we're not ready to add in these details just yet. What we want to do is to just get this looking as accurate as possible. Now the next thing we want to do is we want to at least change now the edge of our roof, right, which is the soffit. Let's notice that it is at an angle that's perpendicular to the roof direction. So we're going to click on the roof, and all of this now we would need to, most times when we want to find a property, it's usually located in the property of the object we select. So we select the roof and we just need to search in here for that property, and here it is, called plumb cut. So to change the direction of our fascia board, we need to change it to a direction like that. We need to change it in our roof settings under construction, and we see here where we see rafter cut. That's right there. So with the roof selected, we're going to change that to square. And you might know it looks a little weird. If this happens, it's because of the fascia depth. It's set to 0. So we need to increase the fascia depth. So we're going to put it to maybe about 1 foot. And there we go. All right. So now we're getting that part there done. Now, okay, so now that we are at this point now, we would need to start thinking about how we're going to go about detailing this roof, right? Now, remember, we do have a detail section of this roof, and we also have this, let's say, a low detail version of this roof as well. So essentially, when we draw this element, we're going to treat it as a massing. So for example, you know, this element here is essentially this element here. Now we need to decide what element that will represent on the detail view. So let's assume that it will be the rafter that is here. So when we're detailing this particular view of the drawing, we are going to be adding these elements up top here, right? But when we are viewing it in this view here, we only need to show pretty much the massing and maybe another thin layer on top here to represent the roof, right? So this model will generate both that view and this view at the same time, and we're going to dive into how we are going to achieve that. All right. Now, what we want to determine is, we know that this distance here is 152 millimeters, right? Which is the same thing we're going to use for this distance here, right? So we want to make this also the same 152, right? Now we are going to select this thing here, and that's the roof here, and we are going to set the thickness of this. So right now the thickness of this is 12 inches, but it essentially needs to be about 6 inches, right? Now this brings up another interesting fact. This is 152 millimeters, right? Which it's probably the equivalent in imperial of 6 inches, right? But this is where we need to speak a little bit about the families that's used in Revit. So this roof element here is a family, and it's called, that particular family is called basic roof. And this particular family has a thickness of 12 inches. Now here is some more. There's another one that is 12-inch filled. There's an 18-inch, and there are a couple other that's already loaded in. Now we currently don't have a roof family that is 152 millimeters, right? Or rather 6 inches. So what we have to do is we need to load that, we need to create that family. Now all we need to do is, we would now, with the roof selected, go to edit type, and when that comes up, this family type that's called generic 12-inch, well, what we want to do is we want to duplicate it. So we're going to choose duplicate, and we want to call it generic 6-inch. Now we've created a family type called generic 6-inch. So we still have the generic 12-inch, but now we have a generic 6-inch. Now this is just the name. We still need to actually change the thickness to 6 inches, because all we've done is change the name. And to do that, we need to modify the structure, right? And the structure is, we go here to edit the structure, because we want to have it to be 6 inches. So when we click that, we get this interesting dialog box. And how this works is, it tells us the makeup of this roof. So if I sketch this roof here, then what this is saying is that it has an outer layer, which is here, and this outer layer is 0, so it doesn't measure anything. It has an inner layer, which is here, and this inner layer is 1 foot. And then it has another outer layer on the other side, and this outer layer measures 0. So it doesn't really measure anything. So basically we just need to change this inner layer to 6 inches. Choose OK. So now it's actually 6 inches, and we're going to choose OK. Now we can see that the thickness of the roof, it has now changed. Now we need to keep an eye on our game plan so that we don't get confused. Remember that this particular section view here is really representing this low detail view, this very basic view. It is not trying to represent this high detail view, at least not at this time. We are trying to achieve this view first, and then after we achieve that, we are going to layer on top of it this additional view. So this is first, and this is second. So what we want to do is, now that we have this done, Now we do need to now put this layer on top, right? You can kind of see that you have this dual layer here. And here is where we come again to this crossroad. Now we could try and represent that by doing 3D modeling, or we could do it in drafting as 2D. Now we did decide at the beginning of this exercise that we are going to be focusing more on 2D. That's going to be our approach, because to do it in 3D will require additional skills, which we are not going to go into right now. So we're just going to use the concept of getting the outline in 3D, and we will add on the rest in 2D. Now this brings us to the next important topic, which is called detail line. Now at this point, we have a drawing that's called section 1. And this drawing that's called section 1, we are now going to modify it to add in some details to allow it to look like this section here, right? Which is section AA. As a matter of fact, we could rename this section to section AA by clicking in here. We can right click and choose rename, or we can press F2 and we can call this section A-A. So that will keep us organized. Now all we need to do to complete this section is draw a line like that and another line like that, and that will pretty much do it. Now to draw a line in this view, we will need to go to the annotate tab, because we are essentially annotating this view. Now if we had decided to go the 3D modeling route and change the roof actual 3D, then we would not go to the annotate tab. We would have to go back to the roof tool and change options there. So in this case, we're going to head over to annotate, and this tool is probably going to be our best friend. It's called detail line. And for those of you who are familiar with using AutoCAD, detail line is essentially lines. They're just lines. They're drafting lines, and that's all you use them to do. So we're going to click detail line here, and well, it's prompted me to save. So if you have not saved to this point, it would be a good idea to save your project. So I'm going to click save project. So when I click detail line, you're going to notice it does the same thing again. It gives me the modify panel, and in the modify panel it gives me tools that I can sketch with, and it also gives me stuff in my control panel, which is located right there, right? So in the modify panel, I'm simply going to draw that's this kind of outer element here. Now at this point, I'm simply using Revit like a regular 2D drafting application. So I would use things like offset and extend and cut and those things. So what I would do now is Revit has a little bit of what you call smart drawing technology. So for example, if I wanted to draw a line that is perpendicular to this line, I just need to draw any line, and it will actually snap, like there it is. It will actually snap to that angle there. And I'm going to use the same approach, the same revise it approach. And I'm going to do the same thing. I could also do the same thing on this side and then revise it. So let's try another way. If we were using AutoCAD, we would probably want to use an offset tool, which would offset this face edge here. So let's do that. So I'm going to click my detail line once more under my annotate tab. And then this time I'm going to use my offset tool. And how much do I want to offset it? Well, this line here actually would represent perhaps this distance here, right? So well, plus this distance here, but we're really just going to summarize it down into one line for the sake of this drawing. So this is 51 millimeter by 51 millimeter, so we can call that 2 by 2. And then this thickness, this metal sheeting, let's assume that it is also 2 inches. So we're going to offset it 4 inches. So using my offset tool, I'm going to set the offset amount to 4 inches. And then I would need to, let's go back to annotate and go to detail line here. Right. And then I would need to change my offset here to 4 inches actually. Right. So I need to change it there, not the tool, but as I draw it. And then I just need to draw a line here, and it's automatically going to be offset 4 inches. And I'll just draw the line there. So there I have my initial offset. That's right there. And I go back to detail line again. And this time I do not want it to, oops, go back to annotate and go to detail line. This time I do not want it to offset, so I make sure that it's at 0. And I'll draw a line there. I'll go to the other side and draw my line there. So right now what I'm doing, I'm drawing this elevation view here. That is what I'm concerned about. Now, the other thing is that notice that I'm getting these lines, which is the roof in the background, but it's not showing me in this view. And that is because in the 3D view, I'm actually seeing the roof in the background. Now to change that, I would need to go to my level, my site plan actually. And let's go to the level 2. There we go. Level 2 is much better. And here is my section. So what I want to do is that I am actually seeing the back parts of this roof here in the background. So I don't want to see that. So essentially what I want to do is to cut before I get to that section. So I want to cut right about here. Now I don't want to cut in front of this wall because I want to see this wall in my section view. So what I would want to do is to cut it maybe right about there. So if I look back in my section view now, you will see that I'm not seeing that back wall anymore. Now, some additional things that are in this view. So there is this section here that's to the back, and then there are these timber members that's coming down. There's also a ridge board in the center. Now remember, all of these things that I'm going to add in are going to be 2D elements. So I'm not going to be creating a 3D ridge. Instead, I'm going to be adding it in here. Now, some things to consider. I do have a ridge detail here, which has all of these elements here. So I could choose if I really want to represent it in this low detail view, or I want to add those details in when I get to my high detail view that I'm going to do a little bit later. So I mean, this is where it comes to, you can decide what you want to do, because depending on the scale that this drawing is at, you may not see this ridge detail here, right? So I'm going to leave that detail until later to decide if I want to add in that detail there. And let's focus on some other elements to show. So then there are these laths that are in the background, or well, not the lath, but the actual roof joists that I can see here. So those are actually just 2D shapes that I am going to add. Now I could use the detail line to draw them in. So for example, I could go to detail line and go to box, and then I would draw in this box like that. And, you know, I could adjust it, but then these are going to be individual lines, so they might get a little messy. So perhaps I don't want to use those. I could use the region tool, and the region tool is essentially a hatching tool. So I could click region here, and I'm just going to draw in, I'm just going to sketch in this rafter that's here like that. I don't know if that's the actual thickness, but I'm just going to sketch it in like that for now, and then I'll revise it later, and I'm going to choose OK. So now I've drawn this in. Now this is an actual element that I can actually move around, and it's a bit more easier to manage, right? So in some cases I might want to choose a hatch. Now it is a hatch, so you're actually seeing a fill. So if I expand this out, you're actually seeing a fill inside the hatch. So I can click on this, and I realize that it's filled with a diagonal hatch, right? And there are different default hatch that are there. It can be solid black, can be vertical lines, can be wood, like that. It can be a wood. It can be solid black, which is like that. And what you might realize is that, let me click back on it. Well, I don't really want it to be solid black. I want it to be solid white, right? So before I change this to white, let's at least get this to be the right size, right? So these rafters are going to be, let's look what we have here. These rafters are going to be 152 thick by 2 inches. So that means the width of this is 2 inches. So I can actually move this. I can actually adjust this until it gets to 2 inches. But in this case, what I will do is I will click on it, and I'll go to edit boundary. So that allows me to edit the boundaries of this here, and I will click on one side. Here we go, and I have my temporary dimensions there, and I would say 2 inches, and then choose OK. So now I know that this is 2 inches. Now I want this to be on the center here, so I'm going to use my move tool. And notice that I get that center triangle line, so that's how I know it's on the center. And then I'm going to carry this all the way up. Now remember, these are all 2D objects, right? So of course, if I go to my 3D view, you will see that I'm not seeing none of those objects because they are all 2D. All right. Now let's look back at this view here. They are 600 millimeters uncentered. So what I can do is, and remember, this part is just like doing 2D drafting, right? So we are going to, let's use the copy tool to do this. We can try this out first. So we can select this, and we can choose copy, or we can choose offset. So let's try the offset tool again this time. So we're going to choose offset, and we're going to type 2 feet. So we're going to select object first, and we're going to select offset. I'm going to say 2 feet. Now, unfortunately, we can't use the offset tool with 2D, well, with fills. But what we're going to do is use the copy tool. So we are going to choose our object there, then we're going to choose copy, and we're going to grab it from the center, and we're going to go 2 feet. And then we're going to go 2 feet again. There we go. And we're going to repeat this. Now, to repeat the action, I can actually press enter. And then it will repeat the last action I did, which is copy. So I'm going to go 2 feet again. And that's that. Or I can remember that you can also type 2 feet and press enter as well. All right. So there we have these elements there. I don't think we would have a rafter at this point here, so I'm going to get rid of that one and get rid of that one. Now, of course, the other thing that you notice is that these rafters are pitch black, and we ideally we would want them to be white with a black outline. Now, if I select any one of these and I look in my properties, I have cross hatch, I have diagonal hatch, horizontal, I have solid black, but I don't have an option for solid white. So this is where I would need to create my own option by going to the edit type tool that is here. Now, to change the color, the fill color of this, what I would need to do is I would need to go to edit type. And when I go to edit type, notice that this is solid black. So this is a system family and the type is solid black. So I would need to duplicate this family and let's just call it solid white. Now, of course, that's just the name of it. So I'll actually need to change the graphics of this solid white. And you can see here I have foreground pattern color and background pattern color. So what I would need to be changing is the foreground pattern color to white. Choose OK. Alright, so you see I've changed this to white, and the good news is that now I can select both of these. Oops. So I can select one, and I can hold Control and select the other one, and I can just change both of these to a white. Now the next thing I need to do is to adjust it to the height of this roof. So I would just click on this and choose edit boundary. Now I can delete this boundary here, or I could go to line tool here and I could draw a line from here to here. Right, I could draw a line from here to here. And then I would need to trim these lines here. Now I can use the trim tool, which is here, which is trim extend, and select this line, and actually it's the other way. I've actually trimmed it the other way, so let's undo that. So I just need to use the trim tool and trim to there, and And this is just like using the AutoCAD trim tool. So I need to select my trim line first and then choose the line that I want to trim. And now I can delete all of this line that's here, and I can choose OK, and then I will get my line trim like that. Now we could mirror this, but I want to go into this tool and choose the edit boundary again to show you another way. One of the most popular ways of editing a sketch in Revit is to use the pick lines tool, and that's this tool right here. Very important tool, and it saves a bunch of time. So I can use this pick line here, and I can say, okay, I'm gonna pick this line, and it will just draw a new line on top of that. Then I'm going to use the trim corner tool, and what this will do is it will form a corner like that, and then I'll do it for here, and it will form a corner like that. So let's use that. So I need to choose two lines in order to use this tool. So I'm going to choose that, and then that, and that. Now I still have this line left here, so I will need to press escape once and select that line and just delete it and choose OK. So now that is attached down there. All right, so now my drawing is coming together based on what I have here. Now I have some foundations to draw. I also have some doors. Now I could draw the foundation in 2D, right? So remember, I still have to consider these things every time. I need to always be considering, am I going to do this in 3D or am I going to do this in 2D, right? And as I said, it's experience that will help you to weigh this decision, right? So in terms of the foundation, I could just draw this using the annotation tool, but Revit has a foundation tool, and the walls are pretty easy to adjust. So from looking at this foundation here, first thing I notice is that I have a floor slab, and from looking at this I can see that my finished floor level is above my ground level by 6 inches. What's here? So it has a 6-inch step up that is there. So I want to insert a 3D slab rather than drawing a floor slab. And the reason for that is that if I have to generate another section, I'm going to have to repeat all of these 2D elements up here, but I don't have to repeat my walls and my roof, right? So I'm going to go to my floor plan here, my level 1 plan. And to draw a floor, I'm simply going to go to the architecture tab that is here. And I'm going to choose my floor tool that is here. And I get the same options to sketch, so I'm going to sketch using that rectangular tool. There are also some options here. So this is telling me it's using a generic 12-inch floor. So I don't have a generic 6-inch floor, so I'm going to have to create one. So I'm going to go to edit type. And I'm going to duplicate this again, and I'm going to call that a generic 6-inch floor. And I'm also going to change the thickness. So this was the same thing that we did just now. All right. And I'm going to choose OK. So now if I go back to my 3D view, you will see that I have a floor slab that is right here. Now I'm going to orbit this view by holding shift and the middle mouse button. This is a bit quicker than using the wheel, the view cube. Now you might notice that some of these are getting a bit hard to see, so I'm going to change my view to a shaded view, so that will give me a better view of what's happening. Now as you notice, my rafters are not there because I added those in 2D. However, you might notice that my floor isn't quite like how I think I need it to be. You notice that the floor is actually below my level here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the floor and I'm going to say offset 6 inches. So now my floor is like that. So if I go back to my section AA, I have a floor that is there, and it's a 3D floor. So if I cut another section, I will also see that view, which is great. All right, now what I need to do is I need to have these walls go down below to form the foundation. So what I'm going to do is I really need to have a level down here to represent where my foundation is going to be, which is there. So that way I can say, hey, I can make a wall that is between this and that. And that's how I will get this wall to be here. Now I could just draw this wall as 2 lines, but if it may be easier in this view, if I was going to generate more than one section view. So for example, if you look in this drawing set here, you will notice that I have 2 sections. So if I choose to draw this foundation in 2D, I would then have to draw this section, that foundation and all of them again. But if I do it in 3D, then I will at least have the outline of all of these foundations. So that would be, in me considering the balancing act of should I do 2D or 3D, I would say, okay, that one I want to do it as 3D, right? I will get more mileage out of it. Now, to let this be as easy as possible, what I want to do is create another level below the ground so I can tell the wall to form between this level and the level up here. So I'm simply going to duplicate this level and I can see that my level that is here is gonna be 1 foot, and then it goes down another 600 millimeters, which is going to be 2 foot. So the distance between my ground and the top of the foundation slab is going to be 2 foot 6 inches. So I'm going to create another level. Now the interesting thing about this level is I'm going to just use my copy tool here, and I'm just going to copy this level down 2 foot 6. And what you might notice is that this level is black. Now this black level here is different from this blue level, and the reason for that is that each of these blue levels that you see here correspond to a level that exists in your project outline. So that is level 1, that is level 2. Level 3 does not have any corresponding plans, and that is the main difference with the black levels. Now in this case, that's great because I don't need a floor plan to show me the foundations. Well, actually, maybe I do, because I do have a foundation plan that's here, right? And the foundation plan would be showing the levels here. So what I can do, because this level is black, so it's not an actual floor plan that's here, but it will give me an actual level that I can use as a reference. So what I will need to do, well, first thing what I'll do is I will rename this, and I'll call this foundation plan. So that's my foundation plan. I would now need to make a new floor plan that aligns with my foundation plan, and to do that I will need to go to my view, and then I want to create a plan view. So I'm going to click that, and I'm going to choose plan. Then I'm going to get this dialog box, and this is essentially asking me what level do I want to align this plan with. So in this case, I want to align it with the foundation plan. Now it doesn't give me the option to align it with my level 2 because obviously I have a level 2 plan already, but I'm creating a new floor plan, and the only level that I don't have that's referencing a floor plan is going to be this foundation plan. So that's why it shows up here as my only option, and I'm going to choose OK, and then it's going to create a new plan called foundation plan, and that is what it will look like. Now the reason it does it at the top is because this is arranged alphabetically, so F comes before L, so that's just the reason it does that. Alright, so now I can go back to my section view, and I have this foundation plan. So what I'm going to do is I am going to create a new wall. So I'm not going to extend this wall down to my foundation. Instead, I'm going to draw a new wall. So I'm going to go to my foundation plan, and I'm going to go to my wall tool. So I'm going to go to architecture and go to wall tool. Now before I start drawing my wall, I'm going to choose some options. So I'm going to say this wall, I want it to be referenced from the outer face. Then I'm in my properties, I'm going to say that I want the wall to be constrained. I don't want it to go higher than my level 1, and I want the base of it to be at my foundation plan level. So if you remember what we did when we did this, we created a level here and we call this foundation plan. We created a level here. Actually, that level is actually here, and we call that level level 1, and then we have another level up there called level 2. So what I'm actually doing is saying, hey, I want to create a wall that where the base of the wall is set to my foundation plan, and the top constraint of my wall is set to level 1. So that is basically what I'm saying here, where I'm saying let the top constraint be here, and then I am saying let the base constraint be here. All right, so once I have that set up, I need to also choose the wall I want to use. So I'm going to be using the generic 6-inch wall. And now I can draw my wall. Now, essentially, I'm going to be just drawing it on top of this wall that already exists. So I'm actually just tracing around the walls here. But though I'm tracing around the walls, if I look in the 3D view, what's actually happening is that I'm drawing it down here below. Now to add the foundation slab to my walls, I'm going to go into my 3D view and I'm going to head over to structure. And then I'm going to choose, under foundation, I'm going to choose isolated. I'm not isolated, I'm going to choose wall foundation. That's this one. And then all I'm going to do is to select the walls that I want to have a foundation on. I'm going to orbit it. And next I'm going to select this wall. Now this looks a little weird because this is actually cutting. I'm going to press escape. This section tool here is actually cutting it. So I'm going to carry that down. So that is what it will look like. Now I also can set my dimensions for my foundation footing here. And if I take a look at what we have here, I can see that this should be 2 feet wide. So of course the foundation is also a family. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to edit type, and actually there is a 2-foot version already, so it looks like I can just choose that. Oh, actually no, I will actually have to go here and oops, I'm going to select and then go into edit type, and then I will duplicate this and I will call this a footing. I will just call it footing, and I want it to be 24 inches or 2 foot by 9 inches. So I'm gonna call this 2 foot by 9 inches, or let's keep that consistent, 24 inches by 9 inches. There we go. So then I need to change the option. So I want my dimensions here to be 2 foot and my thickness to be 9 inches. I'm going to choose OK. All right. And then I would need to apply that to each wall. So I'm going to change that there. Now the other thing I need to keep in mind is that this is a section view, so I do need to add my foundation to the other wall up top. So let's go back to structure and go to wall foundation. I'm going to add that, actually not that one, but the new one we created, wall foundation, and then I'm going to add this one. There we go. All right, I'm going to move this back so I can continue editing. And if I look at my section view, you will see that we are looking quite similar to what we have here. Now, the next thing that we want to do is we do need a ground to have our building on. So here is where we make another choice. Now we could just draw a ground hatch using our annotate tool, and we could use region and draw a ground plane here. But keep in mind that if we do that for this view, we'd also have to do it for this view. You know, so we would have to like trace around the footing. So maybe let's not do that. Let us use a 3D option again to see if that serves us better. And in order to do a 3D view now, in 3D we would have to actually create a landscape in order to get the earth to show, right? Because essentially we are cutting through the earth. So to do that, let's go back to our level 1, and we essentially need to create a site, a ground plane. Now a ground plane is different from a floor slab. So we could, so this is floor, but to create a earth ground, to do that, we would need to go to our massing and site tab, which is here. And we would need to create a topo surface. Now in this case, the topo surface, and notice that it's giving me this message here. So this is basically saying that if we draw a topo surface in this view, we're not going to be able to see it properly. So let's cancel this view, and we're going to let's go to a site plan. So let's go to the site view, and let's go to topo surface here. And a topo surface is going to be flat. So all we're going to do when we choose topo surface is put 4 points, literally like that, and this will be our land, and that is actually fine. We don't need anything else but that, and we're going to choose OK. So if we look in 3D, if we look in our 3D view, you will actually see that we have a land surface here, and that surface is actually, if we look at the section view, that you can actually see our ground shown now. Now you might also notice that the text is a little big, but that is only so because of our drawing scale. So we can actually change our drawing scale to a smaller or larger scale, which will make our text smaller. Oops, that is too small. Let's take it to maybe 3/4. No, that's too small. 8/4. Yeah, that is fine. So, but we're not going to adjust this just yet. We are just changing this just for the purpose so we can see this properly. All right, so we're getting closer to what we have here. Now, the next thing that I would probably do is I would want to create another level to represent my finished floor level, which is inside. So I'm going to do the same thing again. I'm going to click on this level. I'm going to click duplicate. I'm going to go to copy, and I'm going to copy this level up, and I'm going to call this level finish floor level. Now you notice you getting this kind of weird overlapping. To fix that, it's an easy fix. With the level selected, you can select this break line here. You have to look closely. You will see a little break line right there. And once you click that, it will actually break the level into these points that I can adjust like that. So that's how you get those levels there. Alright, so that represents my finished floor level. And notice that it's black, which means that it doesn't have a corresponding floor plan, which is fine because my level 1 floor plan already takes care of that for me. Alright, so now we have that finished floor level there. Now the next thing that we want to do is perhaps to start to put in our windows and doors. So to do that, we're going to head back to our level 1 plan. That's here. And let's look back at our floor plan here. And we can see that we have a window that is here. This window is 2.3 feet from the edge. So, and this window, if we look at the elevation, we can see that the window on this side is a fixed window. So we're going to go to architecture and then we're going to head over to windows. And maybe if we're lucky, so we do have a fixed window here already. And we can see that this fixed window is going to be 3 feet tall by 2 feet wide. So let's see, 24 by 36. We actually have this size already built in. And we are going to put that somewhere here. We know that it is somewhere there, but we don't exactly know where. Then another window is back here, and that's going to be 2 foot by 2 foot. So 24 by 24. And we don't seem to, oh yeah, we do have one of that. Now notice we're not setting the heights of the window just yet. We will set that a little later. This one is also 24 by 24. So we know that it is somewhere here. And then we have another one here. That is going to be 24 by 36. Notice that when the windows are being placed, depending on how you hover over the wall, you can choose whether to you can choose a different direction. I think this window is, these windows are not going in the right directions. If we look on that in 3D, we can see that these windows are actually heading in the wrong direction. So what we can do, we can click on one of them and we can go to edit type, and we can say let's duplicate this. So I'm gonna call this with my initial BDW, and I'm gonna say 24 by 36. And then I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna say the height must be 3 feet and the width must be 2 feet. And the height from the ground, the default sill height, will be 3'10". And there we go. Now we will need to change this one here. There we go. And then we have a double casement window that's going to be here. So let's see, let's go back to our level 1 view and go to window. And we have a double casement window that's here. Let's see what this looks like. And that is how it is represented here. So it's not really centered, but we will use the revise it approach as well. So this is going to be 4 foot wide and 3 foot high. So we're going to choose this, and right away our casement window doesn't have any divisions in it. So we would need to take out the mullions from this type of window that we have here. We can see the preview, it does have mullions. So if we go to edit type, we're going to duplicate it once more, and I'm going to put my initials BDW, and I know that it must be 48 is the width, and the height is 3 foot, so that's going to be 36. So of course I need to change that here. So the width is going to be 4 foot and the height is going to be 3 foot. That's correct. Now the mountings by default, the divisions, this has a default 2x2. So we're going to change that to picture frame, and let's choose OK. Let's look at that in 3D to see what that looks like. And there we go. Now we just need to align this window. So we know that this window should be in the center of this wall that's here. Now if we click on the window, let's click on this window here. Yes, we do get these temporary dimensions, so we can see that they should be 2 foot 3 from the end. So we're going to move these temporary dimension lines. And notice that I'm trying to snap it here, but it's not snapping. If I move this one, it does snap here, but I need this one to snap on this line. Now, if you're ever trying to do this and it's not working, you're going to just, while you're holding the move, you're going to just press tab, just release it and press tab, click on it. Actually, you can just click it and it will just snap to the different ends, and that's fine. 2 foot 3, that's actually already correct. Now to get this done, we're going to use the align tool. So this is a new tool. Now to do this, what we're going to do is we're going to head over to our modify tab, and then we're going to choose align. And how this works is you choose what you want to align it to. So I want this edge to be aligned here. So you can see now they're aligned. Now I'm going to do the same thing for the window. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just use we can just use a reference line. So in this case, I can just copy one of these grid lines here to the center of this wall. And I can actually just leave it there. And if I want to center an element, so notice that this is off-centered now. If I want to center this grid line here, the way how you center in Revit, you need to go to your dimension line that's located up here. And you're going to draw a dimension. So once you're on the dimension line, you hover, you click once, click a second time, and then click the last point. Now, once you click the last point, you just need to click once more. And then what you're going to do, you're going to look for this EQ. And that's the important part. And you're going to hit EQ. And what that will do is make this snap to the center. Now, once that is there, you have a nice reference center line that you can now use. So, for example, you can use your move tool now. And you can just grab this, put it to the center there. And use the move tool and grab this, put it to the center there. Now the next thing we want to add in is going to be the doors. We do need to set the window height of this window here. I don't believe we had set that. So before we get to the doors, let's just go to our 3D view here. And let's spin this around. Yeah, we do need to extend this like that. Right, so these windows need to be aligned with the top here. Now we can try out the align tool again. So to do that, we're gonna go to modify. That's here. Let's go to align, and we're going to do the same thing again. Now this time we need to choose what we want to align to, and in order to toggle between the different surfaces on this window, we're going to leave the mouse on the window and press the tab key until it gets to the thing we want to align to. So that is what I want. No, that is what I want to align to. So I'm going to click, and then I'm going to click the top of this, and then that's how it's aligned. I'm going to do the same thing again. I'm going to hover over this window and press the tab key until I get to what I want to align to, which is that. I'm going to click, and then I'm going to click the top of this. There we go. And now that's aligned. All right. Now the next thing we want to do is let's put in our doors. We're going to go to architecture. We're going to go to doors, and it's just a plain door, so that's fine. We can see that we have one door here and one door over here. So we're going to add that in. We're going to use the same process again. We're just going to put the doors in, and then we revise it. We did not add this wall in, so we're going to add that wall. We're just going to go to the wall tool here. And before we add it in, we can see that this should actually be 3 inches, 3 feet wide in here. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy this. So we're going to use the copy tool, and we know that that would be 4 feet. There we go. Now when we go to our wall tool, instead of drawing a wall, so when we choose the wall tool, we would need to ensure that we are using our generic wall. But instead of just drawing our wall, now what we're going to do, we're going to actually go to modify and use our pick lines tool, and we're going to pick this grid line here and click. So what has happened is that we have now layered a wall over the grid line, which is, I guess, in some cases easier. But now we need to cut this wall like that. So we're going to select that wall again. We're actually going to just go straight to modify and use the trim extend tool, and we're going to trim this that way. And this is telling us that can cut 3x4, and that is because this is actually cutting into the window on the wall. So we would need to fix that. Yes, you can see that the window is actually there. So this window was actually supposed to be in the center of this wall. There we go. Now, the other thing you notice is that you're not seeing this window, and we're going to fix that problem as we go on further, because this window is actually above the cut plane. So now we're going to fix that. Let's see if we can. Right. Let's see if we can adjust it this way. Right. Sometimes it just gives a little trouble. There we go. And we can look on that in 3D. Now, it's always a good idea to check what you're doing in 3D. So, there we go. And that's our wall that we just added in right there. So now we're going to add that other door. So we're going to go to architecture, go to door, and we're going to put that door there. All right, now we need to check the size of the door. So this door here is going to be 2'11". Both of them are 2'11". So we are going to go here and we need to select the door, and then we go to edit type. And the width of the door is going to be 2'11". So we're just going to edit that door to match that size. And the position of the door should be right up against the wall and in the center of this wall. So we're going to use our line tool. This time we're going to use a shortcut, which is AL. Click there, and then click here. And then we are going to align the center of this. So we're going to use the move tool shortcut, which is MV. And I'm going to move that to the center there. And yep, that is what we have so far. So if we look at our section view, I think we're actually looking the other way. Yeah, our section is looking that way. So we need to flip this section. There we go. Right. Now here is something interesting. Because we have flipped the section, all of these elements that we drew in 2D are now also flipped. So of course, this is going to be one of those disadvantages of drawing certain elements in 2D, because once you change the 3D, they will also adjust. And luckily for us, it's not a bad fix. So we can actually select these 2D lines. So we can select all our roof lines here. And we can actually just go to move tool and move them right there. Now we also have to move these. So we can select these and move them. So that shortcut is MV. Oh, sorry, we did mirror, so we need to do move from here to there. Then we would need to flip these. So we can just use the mirror tool to actually do that. Let's use the draw mirror tool. So we draw a mirror line in the middle. And that is flipped. And then, oh, but we actually copied it. So let's do it again here. But this time we're not going to choose copy. So we're going to unchoose copy there. All right. And we're back in business. Now this is actually cutting through the door, so we're going to have to go to our plan view and we're going to have to move this up a little bit. Now we want to be careful not to shift it left and right, because if we do that, then it's going to shift away from our 2D lines that we have overlaid in the section view. So there we go. We're now cutting through the doorway. Right. The other thing is that the door is actually going into the slab, and that's because the level, the base level at the door is at level 1, but it should really be at the finished floor level. All right, there we go. So now you can see the floor, the door is sitting on top of the floor. All right. So far, so good. Now, what we have to do to finish up this view is deal with our presentation line work. So, for example, in this particular representation, these are hatched lines. So, in order to know, allow it to preview graphically like this, we are going to use what's called graphic styles, and our graphic styles will help us to achieve the look that we want to get. Now, in terms of graphic styles, Revit has a slew of settings that is used to help to display our drawing in whatever form or whatever way we want to represent them. So for example, things like line weight, hatch style, shadows and shades, we can save those into presets and apply them to a drawing. Now, to access the graphic styles, we do that under the view menu, right? So we go to the view menu, and then we will see where we have what it's called view templates, right? So it's actually called view templates, not graphic styles. So we go to the view templates, and then we're going to choose manage view templates, right? And we're going to see this window that comes up. And basically what this gives us is a bunch of different view templates that we can apply to the drawing that we have here. Think of them as presets. Now, some of them are made for plans, some are made for elevations, some are made for sections. But all these are a set of options that override the graphical properties of how this is displayed based on an objective. Now, the View Templates tab shows you all the templates for all views. This particular view is a section view, but in this template we're seeing all of the styles for plans and elevation as well. Now we can filter them by saying, okay, only show us styles that apply to elevation, sections, and detail views, and that will be these. Or we can say only views that apply to 3D views, and that would be these. Now this is essentially where we go to manage these views. Now we're going to close this for a while, and what we're going to do is we're going to click in this blank space here. So when we click here, what we're actually selecting is the actual view. So we should have the section, the building section view selected, which is basically selecting nothing. And we're going to scroll down to where we see View Templates. That's here. Now, when we use this View Templates here, right now we have no View Templates applied. And if we choose none, then we will notice that we see the exact same graphical styles that we saw before. But this time when we look at these templates, we only see templates that apply to this view. So this is a section view, so it's only going to show us view templates that apply to section views. So let's check out some of these. So if we want to view let's try an architectural section and choose apply. Well, that's what it looks like. What about architectural presentation elevation? Choose apply. That's what it looks like. Architectural elevation. That's what it looks like. So these settings, these are the built-in ones. They are set up in a way that it will quickly override the settings that you have here based on all of these presets that you see here. Now, naturally, you can create your own, because when we look at this view, it doesn't exactly look like this, and our objective is for it to look like this. If we look on another view here, so if we look at the architectural elevation, you know, that still does not look like what we have here. So in this particular case, we will have to create our own view. Now, to do that, there's basically two ways that we can do that. And what we're going to do is we're going to do it the official way first, and then we can do it the shortcut way. So the official way is that we need to go into our view templates, and essentially we need to create a brand new view, and we're going to start to tweak how our view looks. So we could actually duplicate one of these views, like the architectural section. Oops. Let's go back into this view. Right. Architectural presentation elevation. Let's see what that looks like again. We could start from this view if we wanted to. But let's start from architectural elevation. Let's see. All right, let's start from there. So what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate this view, and we're going to call it BDW section. So we're now creating our own view template. Now, these are the different rules that determine how this template works, and we can kind of work our way down. So what is the scale of this template? Well, we can say that, okay, we're going to make it a quarter scale, and we can always just choose apply and to get a preview of what that looks like. So we're going to say, all right, we're going to make this quarter scale. All right, we could decide to make it 1/8. Oh, that's going to make it text bigger because the drawing is smaller. So we could try, let's try 3/8. All right, we'll use that. How do we want to display the model? Normal, halftone. So we're going to leave it to normal. Detail level, I want it to be medium, fine, or coarse. So let's choose fine. So fine will just show up more details depending on the objects we have. You know, we have parts visibility. We're going to leave that. This is where the important part is now. So visibility graphics, that's what VG mean, visibility graphic override. So we're going to click edit and we're going to get this window here that looks a little complicated, but it's really simple, so don't let it scare you. And the first thing we want to say is, okay, how do we want to display our walls? So this is our walls here. So we need to look in this list for walls, and it's alphabetical, so it's W. And for our walls, what do we want our cut pattern or like cut fill to look like? So we want to override our cut pattern, and we're going to choose override. And what do we want to override it with? Well, let's make it, well, let's see what we have here. This is like a gray color, so we're going to make it override with a gray color. So we're going to choose solid fill, and the color of that solid fill is going to be this gray color. So we're going to choose OK, and we're going to choose OK, and we can actually choose apply, and then it changes all our walls in our entire drawing to have this gray fill. Now the next thing we want to change is, let's see what we have here. Well, the roof is pretty much open. The foundation is also hatched. So we need to change our foundation footing to have that gray hatch. So let's look for structural foundation. So that's here. And what we want to do for structural foundations is that we want our cut pattern for structural foundations to be override. And we want to override it with a solid fill, and we want to let that solid fill also be that gray, and choose OK and choose apply. And there we go. Now what about our floors? We want our floors to also be that gray, so we're going to do the same thing again. We're going to look for F, which is floors, and we want our floor cut pattern fill to be override, and we're going to choose a solid fill, and we're going to override it with that gray. And there we go. Now I think that's pretty much it. So we're going to choose OK. And all of those settings has been changed to BDW section. So we're going to choose OK. Now notice once this view template is applied, we can't edit anything about this view. So for example, if we wanted to add shadow to this view, change these settings down here. So let's say we wanted to add a shadow, we can't. If we wanted to change the detail level, we can't. If we want to change the scale, we can't. And the reason that we can't do that is because we have already stipulated all of these things in our view template. So our view template is basically overriding all the visual options that we could change here. Now the other thing we need to preview is our line weights, because we can see here that we have some thick line weights along here. And in order to preview line weights in the viewport, we need to actually enable line weights, which is this button here. Now by default, Revit line weights are disabled because thick line weights can sometimes obscure parts of the drawing. So when this is selected, it makes all the lines one universal thickness, no matter how much you zoom in or zoom out. Now once we disable that, you will notice that you start to see thick lines in different places, and it's actually trying to preview what those lines look like. Now we could use visibility graphics to further override these lines. Like for example, we could let the roof line be thicker. So let's edit those settings now. So to do that, we're going to do the same thing again. We're going to head over to our view templates, right? Remember, whatever is displayed here is based on whatever we have selected. So right now we haven't selected anything, so we're getting the properties for the view, for the section view. So we're going to go to this view template, and we're going to do the same thing again. So on the BDW section, we're going to go to visibility graphic override for our model. And we're going to look for a roof. So we're going to go to R. And we're going to look. This time we don't want to change the cut patterns. We want to change the cut lines, because these are the lines that are represented here. These are the cut lines. So we want to override the cut line. So right now if we click here, we can see that we can override that with a solid line with a color that is black, and with a line weight that is, let's try 9. Hopefully that's not too thick. So we're going to choose apply, and there we go. Well, that's actually too thick. So let's go back here and let's go to 6 maybe. Now the true way how to test line weights is we have to preview it as a PDF, because viewing it on the screen, because we can zoom in and zoom out, can be a bit deceiving, right? So let's leave it at this option for now, and that will be our line weight there. Now, one thing that you may be wondering about is, what if I want to still change an option? Like I want to change my scale, or I want to be able to change my detail level, but I don't want to not be in a view template. Well, you can do that, because these checkboxes here determine what gets explicitly controlled by the view template. So right now the view template explicitly controls view scale, detail model, and all of these here is controlled explicitly by the BDW section view template. So if I uncheck this and choose apply, when I go to scale, you will notice that I'm now able to change the scale even though I'm inside of a view template. Alright, so we're getting a bit more closer to this. Maybe we need to change the scale of the foundation footing, and maybe a scale of our ground level. But we will see to that a little later. Now the next thing that we want to do is now to put in some of these annotations that we see here. And to get annotations in, we of course need to be in our annotate tool here. So under annotations, we would head over to text, and we won't add all the text, but for example, this one that says 150mm black wall, if we head here, what we can do is click once and we can write it 150mm black wall. Now, one thing to remember is that this text height is going to be based on the scale that we have our drawing at, right? So if we have this selected and we look at our modify tab, this text is ideal for a quarter scale, right? But we are actually at a size smaller than quarter. Well, a couple sides smaller than quarter. Well, one side below. So this is 3/8 of an inch scale. So that's why this scale is looking a little big. So we can fix that by going to edit type and say, hey, we need to duplicate this family and create a new one, and say this needs to be 3/8 Arial, and we can actually make it text size 3/8. Maybe 3/8 might be still too big. Yeah, 3/8 is gonna be too big. So I'm going to suggest to make it, let's try 3/16. Let's try 1/16. Oh, that's actually maybe too small relative to anything else. Let's try 1/8. Yeah, that's probably okay. So we're going to choose okay. All right. Now with this selected, notice that we have some leader lines here. So we are going to be selecting the plus, not the arc one, but the straight one. And notice we get a leader line there. And that's how we get our labelings done. So while we move this around, the labeling will always remain here. And we can even put it at an angle if we wanted to. And that is essentially how we get annotations done. So all of these annotations could be added using this simple method here. Now, the next major thing that we want to do is to start to look into how we can draw these details that we see here. Now, these details, the method of drawing them would be fairly similar. The approach would be fairly similar, even though they are showing different areas. Now, what we want to do when creating a detail is essentially we want to blow up this area here, or we may want to blow up this area there. And that is essentially what a detail is. Now, what we don't want to do is that we don't want to draw all our details in this exact view, because this view is catering for a kind of a medium to low detail representation of this section. So all of these details that we see here, such as the wall plate and the hurricane strap and the flashing and all of these things, the soffit that you see here, we wouldn't want to add it in this section view, at least not directly. Now, ideally what we want to do is we want to go over to our view tab, and we want to create what's called a callout. Now, a callout is simply going to create a box and blow up this view and then put that as a new view that we can call a detail. And that's all a callout does. It's literally a magnifying glass into this view that already exists. The trick is that we do not want to add any more detail in this particular view because it is meant to be viewed like this. So when we create that callout, in that callout view is where we would now seek to add in these additional details. So let's do that now. So let's go to the callout view and we're going to highlight a view like this. Now once we do that, notice that this created a view called callout1, right? And we can always rename that and we can call this Eve detail. Now once we call it Eve detail, we can actually open that up. And what you notice now is that you have a new drawing that only has this section. Now this section here, we can give it its own view template, right? So for example, we can say, hey, for this callout view, I want a different view template that maybe does not hatch the walls, right? But maybe it represents the walls as a different type of hatch. Then I also, for this view template, I don't want it to be viewed at 3/4 of a scale, right? I want it to be much larger, right? So let us try to set that up. So if I turn on my line weight and I say that, okay, then because this is going to be a larger scale, like let's say let's make that scale even larger. So notice how these texts are getting bigger, and that's because we're making the scale much larger. Of course, we are using an imperial scale, so it's a little different than the metric scale, right? So if we say, let's put it back to here, this is like saying 1 in 8 of a metric scale. You can see the equivalent there below. Let's put it down to that. That's 1/16. Okay. It's usually a detail would be about 1 in 10. So yeah, 1/8 is fine. All right. So notice when we do this now, the line weights adjust slightly, so we can actually add in more detail, and the line weight is actually not covering the drawing, right? Now, additionally, we don't want to show this wall as hatched because, you know, we have this as a kind of diagonal hatch like that. Notice we even have the door right below that, but we have like a lintel. We should have like a lintel above this. So what we want to do here is override how the wall is being displayed, because the last view template we used with the BDW view template, we had set a rule to hatch all walls with this solid kind of gray color. So what we want to do is change that. Now we could go back into our view templates, and then we could duplicate a version of this BDW section and call this maybe BDW details. But let's try doing this another way. Instead, what I want us to do is to click on this wall, and I'm going to right click it, and let's see. Right, I'm going to click on this wall here, and then I'm going to choose override graphics. And I can either override this individual wall, or I can override all wall category. So I'm going to choose override by category. And what you will notice here is that you get a similar dialog box to what you would have gotten with the view templates, right? It's kind of similar. So notice that it still records our last thing that we did, where we overrided this with a solid fill and with a color. But this time we don't want to override it with a solid fill. We want to override it with a masonry brick, and we want the color of that to be black. All right, let's choose apply and see what that looks like, and there we go. So now, the scale of this is a bit bigger. So what we have to do is we have to edit the pattern scale, which is right here. And when we go to edit the scale, we need to now edit this. That's called masonry brick. Well, we're actually going to duplicate it, and we're going to call it block wall, and we're going to make the line spacing be maybe 1/4. So notice we have a new hatch there. We're going to choose OK, and let's try apply. All right, so this is a bit bigger. I think it's a little bigger in our drawing, so we're going to go back in there and go to edit, and let's go for a half. All right, there we go. So now all walls are showing with this scale that's there. All right, now it might be glitching out a little bit. That's probably a graphical error, but when it prints, it should show just fine. All right, now the next thing we want to do is, if we look on this here, notice we have all of these details here. So we can now start to add these laths in, right? Because we can go to our annotate tool. Now remember, when we add in these elements, and we're going to choose the one that says solid white, because remember we have done that before. And so this is a filled region, so we're going to change that to a solid white, and we're going to use the old revise it approach. So we're going to draw, and then we are going to make this be 2 inches and make the height be 2 inches, right? Because that's going to be the size of these guys here. We're going to choose OK. All right, and then we're going to move this here. So we're going to use the move tool. So MV is a shortcut, and we're going to put that here. We are going to turn off the line weight so we can make sure that this is properly snapped. And then we're going to use our rotate tool, which is here. And the rotate tool is pretty straightforward. You choose what angle you want to grip the thing at, and click once, and then you move the mouse again to choose how you want to rotate it. So in this case, I don't want to rotate it about the center. Instead, I want to rotate it at this corner. So what I need to do is actually grab this circle and drag it down to this corner. Then grip it here and align it like that. All right. So now what we want to do is to draw this going all the way up like that. So we can actually get that part done. And we can actually duplicate this going upward now to represent the last. Now, in this particular case, whenever we are doing especially details, and we're going to be using common elements such as a cross section of a timber member, or maybe insulation, or maybe a bolt. All of these are actual standard structural elements that we don't need to necessarily draw from scratch. If we are familiar with using AutoCAD, then we may be familiar with the concept of using blocks, right? So a block is essentially like a grouped shape that you, in some cases, they actually have dynamic blocks where you can adjust certain settings. Now, if you're not familiar with blocks from AutoCAD, then just think of them as, instead of doing these custom shapes using the region tool or the detail line, you have pre-made 2D detail components that you can just pull from a library instead of drawing from scratch every time. And a cross section of a timber member is a very popular 2D detail component. So to access these components, we're going to head over to Annotate, because Annotate is 2D. Once it's 2D, it's going to be under Annotate. But this time, we're going to go to Component, right? And not to be confused with component that is located under Architecture, right? Because there is a component under Architecture, but these are architectural components, right? And these are usually 3D components, right? In the case of annotation, it has its own components that is a member of only annotative objects, which means you're only talking about 2D objects. And when you go here, you will see a list of different components. So for example, things like a running section or a W-shaped section. So just to see what this looks like, if I click on this, you say that this is an I-beam. So instead of drawing an I-beam and then, duplicating it, this exists already as a standard 2D component in Revit that we can pull on. So naturally, they would have other components. It's just that it's not in the default families for this particular template. Now, to access those additional components, we're going to go to Annotate. We're going to go to Component. But this time, we're going to go to down to Load Family. Now, once we choose that, it is going to take us to a location on our computer that should have all our families, and that location should look something like this. So in my case, it will take me to my libraries, and I would go to English Imperial because I'm using Imperial, and then I'll see all of these folders. Now, in some cases, for whatever reason, you may not actually have these folders installed. And not to worry, if you need to access these folders, you can simply bring up you can simply go to Google and you can type Revit libraries. library download. And usually the first one that pops up, which is from Autodesk, you click that and it will carry you to where all of the libraries are. And you can simply, in this case I have 2022, so I would just click 2022. And I would be able to download the 2022 library. I would just need to look for, US, English, or whatever, and I'll just download it right there. It's about a gig, and it is as simple as that. Now, in this case, I already have the library built in. So now it's just a matter of navigating this library, and it can be a little tricky because of the different categories. Now, after a while, you do get used to the categories, but just to get us started, most of the things you see here on the outside of the folders are all architectural components, which means that they will not work with annotative components, right? So for example, if I should just quickly, if I think that I would find my thing on the trusses, for example, I would go here and you would see a bunch of files here, and you click on it, you get a preview. But when you try to open, it will tell you no, it can't open because it is a different type of family. So in our case, remember, we are using a annotation component, right? So it's a 2D object, which is very different from a 3D object. So in order to access that, we need to go to detail items. This is where we find most of the 2D components that we'll use. And when we go there, we see all sorts of categories. So for example, if we went to concrete, you would see reinforced concrete accessories, and you go in that folder and you see things, all sorts of things like metals and bolts and screws. This is where you would get all your different bolts and screws and those small details. They already exist as these components, right? So in our case, we're going to go to wood and plastic, and then we're going to go to wood framing and nominal timber sectional. There we go. And we're going to pick that. Then you might get another window that asks you to choose a size. So we're looking for a 2" by 2". Now if you look here, we don't have 2" by 2". So we just choose the next best thing. We have 2 by 3, so we're going to pick that. And of course, we would need to go to edit type in order to change that size to exactly what we want, right? So if you notice here, we can just place it in our scene, but we're gonna go to we're gonna place it first, and then we're gonna select it, and then we're gonna go to edit type, and this is called 2 by 3. So again, I'm gonna duplicate this family type and call this BDW 2 by 2. And remember, I put BDW there because it helps me to identify the things that I made for this project, right? And then that's just the name, so I need to change this. So the width is 2 inches and the height and the depth is 2 inches, right? So I'm going to choose OK. And there we go. So now I wouldn't need to draw in these individual X's in this object here, because I have a 2D detail component that is readily available that I can just duplicate. So all I want to do now is I want to move this to this location here, and then I'm going to rotate it. The shortcut is RO. And there we go. Now I can duplicate it, but I'm going to take this a step further, and instead of just copying it, I'm going to use the array tool. So the array tool is this little tool that's right here. And when you click the array tool that's here, most of the array options are located on this control bar that's right here, right? So the first thing we want to do is we want to make it a linear array. The number, or we can say the distance between the first and the second one is a certain amount, or we can say the distance between the first and the last one, and we can just say a certain amount of objects between the first and the last. So it just depends. So in this case, I'm going to choose first and second, and I'm going to put, let's put four arrays, right? And if I click this center of this point here and I move it, notice that it's basically asking me what is the distance of the first array. And I think this was right, 2 feet uncentered. So now I can always change this at a later date, but I'm just going to put this at 2 feet. There we go. And there we go. It's going to give me 4 different copies, but of course it's going beyond up there. All right. Now if we go back to section AA, notice that none of these details that we're doing is shown here, and that is because we are making these annotations on the Eve detail, not on section AA, right? Which is a good thing in this case. All right, so now we have those elements there. Now we just have to put something representing the sheeting on top. And we could just go to annotate, and we could just use a component for this. We could also use a actual side view of a sheeting, but I don't think we have that component as a 2D detail component. So we're just going to use a regular old square, or rather rectangle like that, and that is how we will show it, right? And it's going to be 2 inches thick, so I'm gonna, oh, it's already 2 inches. Okay, I'm gonna choose okay. Then I need to align this, so instead of rotating it, I'm just going to use the align tool. So the shortcut is AL, and I'm going to say this line must align that. Oh, actually I can't align I can't align region objects. So probably because it's a 2D object, who knows, it's just one of those rules. So we have to use the traditional way of aligning, which is by rotating it. There we go. All right, so we are getting a little bit closer. All right, now we need to add in these fascia elements. This is actually a little longer, so we could extend this a little more like that. All right, now these members here, we could use these lines if we wanted to, or we may be lucky to find some of these as 2D components, right? So, for example, when we go to annotate, we go to component, but this time we would go to repeating component, because you can see that this here is repeating, and these tongue and groove boards are repeating as well. So this is a different type of 2D component, which is why when you click the little down arrow here, you can get either the detail component or you can get the repeating detail component, right? So let's try out the repeating detail component. And notice the default, you get brick, right? So if we chose the brick, then notice we would get this like continuous line of brick, right? Now, in the case of adding these tongue and groove boards that are here, we definitely would not want to try to draw these elements here. We would want to actually see if Revit has these as detail components already. So let's go to annotate. Let's go to component. And this time, let's go to annotate, component. Oh, right, it's on repeating component. So we're gonna change that to detail component and we're gonna choose load family. And as I said, sometimes these can be a bit tricky to locate. So for example, if you remember the last folder that we were in detail items. So we go here to detail items. And last time we went to wood. This time we can go to finishes. Then flooring. So, you know, it's under the flooring category, even though it's used here for a soffit, right? So let's go to wood flooring. And then we see strip flooring section. And this is exactly what we're looking for. So we're going to choose open. And we can actually just drop it in right there. Now we can just, you know, keep repeating this over and over. But this is where the repeating components come in. So the wood strip, it says it's 1x3. So let's see. Right, so let's go back to component. Annotate component. Right, 1x3 wood strips. That's what we just added. And we could switch this to repeating detail component. And of course it's on brick by default, but if we go to edit type here, we can duplicate this and choose, let's call it T and G wood. And we could let the spacing be 3 since it's 1x3. And the component that would be repeating would be these wood strips 1x3. So we choose OK. All right, so now we can actually, well, let's angle this first. Oh, actually we are inserting them one at a time. We could use the repeating detail component here as well. So that is how you get the custom repeating component. In our case, in this particular scenario, it's not that much of them. So, and what happened is that if we look here, we will see that we were having the spacing be 3 feet, but it's supposed to be 3 inches. So now if we do this, we realize that it's great, but of course it's turned the other way. So we need to go back into edit type again. Well, we need to stop drawing first. and then go back into edit type, and then we need to do 90 counterclockwise. There we go. It kind of works. Guess it's less than 3 inches, it would seem. We could also change the detail element itself. So go to component, go to detail component, and then go to the wood strips here, and I think that is a problem, so we need to make this 3 inches, and let's make this I don't think this is 2. Let's make this 1 inch for the thickness, so the width is 3 inches. All right, there we go. That part is there, and for this part that's here, we could just use the same I mean, there are actually wood timber elements that you can use, or you could just use the region tool. Basically, for every component that you would need, there is usually one that you can load from the family. And remember, once you load it into the project, you will always have it to use. So we could go to wood, and then maybe wood here, could be millwork, could be woodwork. I mean, there's a lot of options here. Cut timber top, cut timber side, cut lumber side, so we could try that one out. And we can just pick one and edit it. So I mean, I could just pick one that is 1 inch by, let's put this in first. All right, so this is obviously a bit thick. So we could make this width be maybe 1 foot and the depth be 1 inch. Let's turn that the other way. There we go. And then we could move this there like that. Now we can also change the length of this. Maybe, yeah, we can. We can't adjust it on the fly because these are actually standard pieces. So we would have to like make our own standard. So maybe what we want to do is we would want to make this be somewhere like maybe 9 inches. Okay, we would have to maybe adjust this width. Ah, there we go. Right, you can actually change the width directly here. I didn't realize that. All right, so that is pretty much it there. And then we have another member in the corner there, which is basically one of these members here. So as you can see, putting a section together in BIM, you are not exactly drawing the traditional 2D way, but rather it's a combination of placing objects and drawing and using pre-made objects in the form of detail components. All right. So the last thing we need to do is put in the insulation, and this actually has its own tool. There's actually an insulation tool, and you can choose, for example, like how thick the insulation should be, like the insulation width. So in this case, it is gonna be like about 6 inches. And oh, this is actually the center point, so I'll probably move it to the center of this point here. There you go. All right, and maybe the last thing you'd need to add is the lintel. There's actually the floor, the wall plate that's here, the bolt, along with the hurricane strap. So we're going to get those elements in, and all these elements are already here. Like, we can just reuse this element here. And place it there, and then we can just go to edit type, and we can actually, this is a part of the array group. I didn't even realize that. We actually copied one of the array groups, so we need to ungroup it, because remember we created this array that's up here. So we need to ungroup it so that it's its own object. There we go. All right, so the width of this would be 2, so it would be 2 by 4. Actually, we need to duplicate this. Call this BDW 2 by 4. So we would want to have this to be 4 inches. And that's probably the other way. All right, good. Now we want to center this. So next we would have to add in the bolt. So to do that, we'd go to annotate. We could go to components, and then we would need to load the family. So we'd go to load family. And would search around. In this case, where we want to be is under metals, then common work results for metals, then metal fastenings. Now one thing you can do, you can actually go to view and you can change your view to thumbnails, and that will give you a pretty good preview of what you're looking at. So this J bolt is what we need, and perhaps the scale is a little too big, so we would want to scale that down. And the good thing is that most of these are editable, as you can see. Oops, probably adjusted too much. There we go. And the internal gypsum board, we could just draw that as a regular region, perhaps. And the way I would do that, I would draw one side and then I would use the offset tool. Maybe offset it about 1/2 inch. Correct. And maybe some elements would have to be custom created. So for example, like the hurricane strap that you find here, you can actually create your own components and save them, but that will be going into the family editor. The family editor is where you would go to create your own components. You can also choose whether to put it at the front or the back. So for example, you could have this timber element here, and if you need to select an element, you can just tab to select between it, and you can say bring to front. So now it is in front of the bolt, and we can perhaps move this bolt here towards the center like that, and then bring forward this wooden element there like that. Right. So essentially that is how we would do this, and just as how we did the previous tutorials, for the labeling, we would simply go to text and we would use our labeling here. Let's go under annotate, text, and there we go. Say roof covering, and we could make that there we go. And we can also change the scale of these texts here. So remember, ideally this size wouldn't 2, 3, 33. There we go. And all the other elements, to get the rest of elements, it would pretty much be the same process. So to get the lintel there, we would perhaps look for a lintel to place here in the detail components as well. So in the case of putting the concrete lintel or representing it as concrete, as a reinforced concrete, as we see here, we could actually just use another region and use a rectangle, and we could place the region here. And in terms of the fill, this is where things would change. We would maybe create a new one and call this concrete. And then we would change the pattern. Well, not the pattern color, but the actual pattern here. And we would choose like a concrete pattern. And the pattern color for this infill would be black. Let's choose OK. And choose OK again. All right, so that is what we would have. Now we would need to manage the order of things, so we would probably bring this to front and then bring this to the front. Yeah, maybe that would work out better. And that is how we would do that. Now, there are other things that we could do, and this one is important. In some cases, there might be lines that we don't want to show. So let's say, for example, that we had this line here of this door stop. Now, if we were in AutoCAD, we could just click on this line and delete it. However, in this case, this is actually a door object. You can actually see it highlighted there. So we can't delete a single line, but we can hide the line. And this is where I want to use the opportunity to show us about our line work. Now, for example, if I wanted to put a particular line somewhere, so let's say we wanted to remove this line, we could go to our modify tab, and in our modify tab we go to this tool right here, right? And this tool is our line work tool. Now this line work tool will actually allow us to modify line work even though it's a part of a model. Now what it allows us to do is to change any line work that is located in the model. So notice that I'm hovering now, and what it allows us to do is to edit a line work based on these properties. So for example, if I want to make a particular line a hidden line, so I choose hidden line there, and if I hover over a particular line, let's say this line here, click on it, it's now a hidden line. So I can actually edit individual line work with this tool. So another useful one is invisible. So I can make this line invisible. Now, once I do that, then that's fine. Now, if I wanted to create a line, of course, like let's say that I didn't want to have the doorstop there for whatever reason, I wanted to have it somewhere else, I would just go to my annotate tool and I'd go to my detail line. So this allows me to draw individual lines, and of course I can choose a line style. So I can even draw an invisible line, I can draw a thick line, a line that represents center line, and all of that is available to me there. So that is how I manipulate line work, which is usually very important for elevations and sections. Now that we have a few drawings that's done, if we head back into our drawing list here and we look in our section. So here is our section that we did, and we did a detail of this area here, and when we look at that eave detail, we see how we were able to add additional detail in that area. Now let's talk a little bit about how we would put our drawings on our sheet, and a little bit of how we would create dimension lines. So let's do dimension lines first. So if we look at our level 1, our floor plan, to place dimension lines on our floor plan, we simply need to go to the annotate tool, and we'll see our dimensioning tools right here. And the way how Rivet works is that if we choose the angle dimension, you have to be able to hover to select a line in order to add a dimension. So Rivet doesn't allow you to just place dimensions anywhere. It has to be attached to a node or a line. Now, if I'm trying to hover over this line here, and notice it's only giving me the center line, then what I can do is press the tab key, and there it is. Tab again, there is the line, and I can keep pressing tab. Then I can press tab here again, and that's how I get a dimension line there. Now let's try this again. So I could use the tab key, and use the tab key again, and there is my next dimension line there. So that is basically how we add dimension lines. And of course, if I wanted to change anything about this dimension, I would click on it and I would go to edit type, and anything that I want to change, the scale, the offset, everything about that dimension line is changed here, and it is saved under this particular family type. So again, if I wanted to create my own dimension, so let's say that I wanted to show an alternate dimension, I could scroll down here. Let's duplicate this, and I could call this BDW linear dimension 332. Hopefully that's not too big. Let's make it 132, and I'm gonna change the text size to 132 of an inch. And I'm gonna I can also choose to show alternate units. So I could also show the alternate units below, and I could show it as millimeters. I can set my text offset. So I could set it at maybe 1/64 of an inch. So it's pretty close to the line. It should be pretty close to the line. Here we go. So this is using the BDW linear 1/32 of an inch Arial. All right. And maybe that's actually too small, but you get the general idea. So that is how we would create dimensions. Now, if we wanted to put this on a sheet and talk about scaling, then what we'd have to do is we'd have to scroll down to where it says sheets. We would right click and choose new sheet, and it would give us a default template that we can use, which is a 30 by 42 horizontal. Now we can always choose load, and just like with everything else, the sheets are also a family. So we would need, if we want to load a sheet, we would have to browse the same family libraries, and we would need to come out of detail items. We would have to go to title blocks, and here we see the different title blocks. So we could choose an 11 by 17 horizontal, and we could open that up and choose OK. And that would give us 11 by 17 horizontal. Now, to get our drawings onto the sheet, so let's say that I want to put my level 1 plan on the sheet, I would just need to drag it over and release. And there is my floor plan. Now, right now, it is at a scale of 1/8. So I can change that if I want by clicking on it. And I could change it from 1/8 to maybe 1/4, which will let it get bigger. There we go. Now, if you notice, there is this big rectangle that's around it, and essentially what this rectangle represents is the extent of our drawing sheet in the level 1 floor plan. So basically I can make the extent of my space much smaller. Now you notice that it is really based on these elevation markers that we see here, but we can always make that smaller. We can go back to our level 1 here, and if we zoom out, we can actually see the elevation markers. However, to see the layout of the sheet, we would need to unhide our sheet outline right here. So we need to click that, and then we also need to turn it on, which is this icon right here. So we would need to turn it on like that. So there is our sheet outline there, and this is whether this icon here is choosing whether or not it's going to crop the sheet. So what I'll do now is I will select that sheet icon, and now I will set the boundaries of this floor plan. So I don't need it to be so big, so I can carry it all the way in like that, and that's fine. Now right now it's visible, so if I head over to my my sheets and go to the first sheet that I made, you will see that it's there, and you will see that this is much smaller, but it's also visible. So to make it not visible, I would need to now turn off my my extents, my crop regions. So let's go back to this sheet now, and that's it. Now if you notice that my label is down here, and moving the label in Revit can sometimes be a bit tricky. Now to move the label with nothing selected, what I need to do is make sure that I have nothing selected. Then I need to click and hold the label and drag it. Now if I have the floor plan selected, then I'm able, with the floor plan selected, then I'm able to choose the length of the title line. Now you can't change the length of the title line if you have nothing selected. It will only allow you to actually move the title around. So you need to remember that. Now if I wanted to show my section view, I would do the same thing. I would go for my section AA and I would drag it onto my sheet like that, and there is my section. Now I believe this section is a little big, so I will click on it and I will change it to a quarter scale, so a little smaller. Then I would want to also shorten that. Now I definitely don't need to be seeing the outline of the view, so I can actually go into the view rather than double clicking here. I can actually double click in the window here, and then I'll be inside of this viewport where I can choose to hide my boundary lines, and then to come out of this viewport I just double click on the outside of the sheet, and now I'm back out on the sheet. Now the last thing we want to add is that detail that we did, so we're going to move this up a little bit, and I can actually use my arrow keys to adjust this slightly. And next I want to drag my eave detail there. Now you realize my eave detail is going to be a bit larger. I believe I set it to 1/8, and it is a bit large, so now is where we'll have to kind of manage our sheet a bit. So what I will do is I don't need to show these grid lines. So what I will do is for this view here, I can say, remember that we created a this is for my section AA. We actually created a view template, so I can go into my view template and I can say, hey, whenever I'm looking at sections, for, let's go to my I think let's look under annotations for visibility graphics, and For grids, I don't want to see grids in my section view. So I'm going to say OK and OK. And then notice my grids are now hidden. So if I go back to my sheets, I don't have that grid line anymore, and I can pull this up here like that. Now for my floor plans, I can also hide the grids, and I can do that with a visibility graphics, or I could just simply click on one grid and I could right click and say override graphics, and I could override the entire grid category and say that for my grid category, I don't want to see them. So what you would have realized is that there are two ways that I could hide the grid. So I could just turn this off here, and then it would not show grids in the floor plan as well. And for this section view line here, I could just actually just carry this down some more, carry this up some more like that, and I'll just double click to come out of that viewport, and I'll move this viewport all the way up. And maybe my detail view is a little too big at it's roughly about 1/8 when you look at it in the metric scale. So we will put that down to maybe 1/16. Hopefully we don't lose too much details with that. Yep, set about 1/12 now. Good. So we're going to move this label a little closer, and we are going to adjust the line so that it's like that. We also need to move this label up a bit more. And let's move this section down. Now we don't need to be showing the boundary for the section lines either. So we can do the same. We can double click to go in this view, and we can just turn off the section boundary line there. And we can also hide, and we'll just hide this in the view. We'll just hide the category. And we also don't want to show the level in this as well. So I'm going to click on this, right click, and I'm going to hide the category as well. So there we go. Now the last thing that I want to do is I want to show you the advantage of setting up the view templates. Now let's assume that I'm going to go back to my floor plan. Now when I go back to my floor plan, let's assume that I wanted to cut another section. So to do that, I'll go to views, and then I'll click the section line here, and I'll just draw another section there, and let's cut it looking, let's leave it looking that way. Now right away, notice that I get a section called section 1. So I can rename this if I wanted to, and I call it section B-B. Now when I go to this view, you will notice that this is what my section looks like. And then I might say, oh, remember that we created a style that we wanted our section to use. So for example, we didn't want to show things like grid lines and all of this stuff, and we wanted the walls to be hatched. Now we don't have to set that up for this view again, but instead we can just simply go to our view templates here, and we can just change it to the BDW section view template that we created, and then all of those changes will instantly be made available. So let's hide this like that. And also let us hide there. Now every view setting that you see me just change, I can actually save that under the BDW section template. So for example, if I suddenly decided that I don't want to see those things in that view, I can just update those settings in the BDW section view template. Alright, so now if I head back over to my drawing sheet here, and I can take the opportunity to just rename this sheet now, and I will call it Guardhouse Sample. And you might notice in the section view that this is showing my section line in the section view. If I didn't want this to show for all my sections, then the wise thing to do would be to just update my view template so that I don't have to keep going into every single view to hide my section line, right? So what I'll do, I'll go to my view template here and I'll say, hey, for annotations and for all section lines, so I'm looking for S for section, I don't want to show sections, so I'll say okay and okay. So now any drawing that's using my BDW section view template will not show any section lines. So let me drag over the BB section over here. Now remember, once your drawing is on the sheet, you can actually select it and use the arrow keys to nudge it in place. Alright, so you're seeing me use the arrow keys now. Alright, so I'm going to do the same thing again. I need to move the title. Need to move the title up a bit. Like here. And let's fix that line. Then I will also need to cut down the view area of this view a little bit more because it's intersecting with that other drawing. So I'm going to unhide my boundaries and just make that go up a little more. And I'll do the same thing for this view. I'll unhide the boundaries. Carry that up a bit. Then I need to hide them back. Now, one thing that you also might notice is that all of my details that I added to my section AA, like these rafters and the covering, is showing fine, but of course they are not on section BB. Alright, so actually this is cut short a little bit. I think it's due to the section line. So let's go to our floor plan, and yep, sure enough, this needed to come down a little more like that, because it was just clipping the roof. Now notice that once we change something here, it will update in all the other views. The only thing that will not update will be the 2D detail elements that we added in. So for example, things like the bolts and all of these 2D things, if I change the angle of the roof, then all of those would need to be realigned. But everything that is 3D will continue to be aligned. So let's turn on our line weights to get an idea of what's happening with the line weights. There we go. And we could go further to change additional line weights. So for example, let's say this gypsum board that I added here after, I could click on it and I could go to edit boundary, or actually not edit boundary, I could go to override just this element alone, not to hide it. That was an error. Okay, let's click on this and we can go to override just this element, and I can say that this element, I want the boundary lines of this element to be thicker, and that is how you control the line weight. So this case, I won't say foreground or background. I'm going to go to projected lines, and I'd say I want my projected lines to be solid, to have a color of black, and to have a thickness of about 6. And I can choose apply, and well, that's kind of very thick, but you get the idea. So I can actually control the thickness. So for example, the thickness of this element here, I could go into I would have to go into the component to change that. So I would have to go to annotate, component, and then I would go to edit. So I'm editing the wood strip flooring section. And I believe I would actually have to change the, I would have to overwrite it actually. So there we go. Right, I would need to override just this element. If I had multiple elements like this in this drawing, then I would override the entire category, and then whatever changes I put would have applied to everything. But in this case, I just want to override this element. I want to override the projection lines because it's not a 3D object, so it's not being cut. So I want to override the projection lines to be solid, to be black, and to be about size 6. And that's how we get it to be cut like that. Maybe that's too thick, so let's make it 4. There you go. Now, this is not 100% complete, but this is just to give the general idea of how you would go about doing a construction drawing using Revit, but prioritizing most of the 2D drafting tools, right? So we did do a little bit of 3D, but to achieve most of the things we wanted to accomplish, we relied on using the 2D tools. And that's going to be a recommendation that I would say going forward. If you are starting with Revit and you need to do drawings, don't rely too much on the 3D modeling, because things can very quickly get complex. Do the overall things in 3D and use 2D for now, and as you develop your skills, you figure out, how do I do other things in 3D, right? Like, how do I do timber joists, and how do I do roof coverings, and all of these things. And guess what? Even if you do know how to do them, chances are it might end up that you don't really need it, because the 2D can suffice just fine. You need to make that balance and decide when is good to use one of these. Now, the final thing we'll do, we'll just print this to a PDF. And to print this to a PDF, we'll need to do a couple things. Now, right before we print this, I want you to notice the name of the project, right? Guardhouse Sample. A lot of these things are actually coming from the fact that we had set up the project earlier. So whatever we had chosen as the project information, it would automatically show up on the sheet. Now, to print, what we need to do, we need to go to File and we need to go to Print. And the print dialog will come up. Now, in my case, I'm going to be printing to a PDF printer, right? So in my case, I have Qt PDF, which is a free PDF printer. Very useful, actually. Revit does also have the ability to save to a PDF, right? So you can use that option, and Windows also has the option to print to PDF as well. Now, we can also choose to combine the views into a single file. In this case, we're only printing one sheet, but if we had many sheets, we could choose to combine it into a single file. This is where we want to print. So by default, it's going to be in the location that we are currently working from. And the most important thing that we need to set up, in this case, we're printing the current view. Now, if we go to setup here, the main thing we want to ensure we do to have our scale set correctly is that we need to choose the appropriate paper style. So for example, right now this is set to letter, which is incorrect because we're printing on a 11 by 17. So we would need to change this to 11 by 17. It would need to be portrait. It would need to be centered. And usually I don't normally do fit to page. I will normally do zoom to 100%, right? So when you do fit to page, the computer might shrink your paper ever so slightly depending on the margins of the printer you're using. But when you say zoom to 100%, you're saying, hey, whatever my paper size is, I want to zoom it to 100%. So that way it should be equal, because your sheet setup in the program is set to 11 by 17 and your actual sheet is 11 by 17. So you want to be zooming 100% on that 11 by 17 rather than doing a fit to page, which can sometimes turn out to be like 99.5, which means that your drawing will be a little smaller, like ever so slightly, but it may matter depending, especially if you have a complicated drawing and people need to check those drawings on site. It's just a good practice. So we're going to choose OK. Now we can preview what it would look like. So if we hit preview now, it will give us a preview of what our drawing would look like. Let's close it now. And let's go back to print. Now by default, all of the settings that you have chose originally will still be there. So anytime you go to print, it will usually load back your settings. Alright, so now we're just going to choose OK. And it's going to now print to a PDF in that folder.